Good morning. Good morning and welcome. Thank you all for coming. What a nice crowd so early in the morning. Appreciate you. You'll see our landscape volunteers are here today. The Martin House does not function without its volunteer community. So if you see anyone working in the gardens and you have any questions, they're always happy to answer them. So if you're wandering around between sessions, make sure you chat with someone in the gardens. You'll learn a lot. My name is Jessie Fisher. I'm the executive director here at Frank Lloyd Wright's Martin House, and we want to welcome you this morning. For those of you who I don't know, my background is actually urban planning. That's my degree. That's the space I come from. So I know we're going to have a lot of technical conversations from people who have been deeply embedded in the museum field for many years. We have people here writing their dissertations on some of the topics we're going to talk about today. My expertise, I would say, is really in community. So I don't necessarily bring that technical expertise to these conversations like Susanna Tejada, our curator, like Gina Miano, our director of education, like so many of you who are here today. But how I frame all of this out is thinking about community. And I think so many of the conversations, when we come back to them, really are about who is the community that we serve, what is the community that we are embedded in, and how do we treat people who maybe challenge some of those deep and long-held notions of community that we may have within our own institutions. I can't, some of you, I think, were here last night with us when Tamara Lanier gave her story, and I can't help but think how different that story may have been had Harvard and the Fogg Museum seen Tamara and her family as part of their community, and how different maybe their reaction to some of those conversations could have been. So I'm excited to be with all of you here today and have these conversations and become more deeply embedded in community with you, whether you're here in Buffalo, whether you've come from Richmond or New York City, or all the many places we have folks here from today. So thank you so much for joining us. Speaking of community, we know here at the Martin House that we actually are situated on land that belonged to the Erie people and is the ancestral homeland of the Seneca Nation here in Buffalo, the Haudenosaunee, the people of the Longhouse. So to help us acknowledge that and situate our work today, I would like to invite David Shango up to give us a welcome. Thank you.
Sorry, it's not as small as you. Now it's kind of go. This waiting again when you sedate on. Tani when you joke dog and do our gen took on yok, then do on your some boy and da says so go to look to hedge ahead. One go the hoch the canox and got it on your skin up has one yok done you whole I knew to and going. Da ona do the no ho to knock to hot got where the tina and you on the day then quite see the gas go you on the dodgy Danny ho I knew to and going. Da ona do the no ho to knock to hot got where they are neganos get in no or nega get on so Danny ho Danny ho I knew to and going. Da ona do the no ho to knock to hot got where they had their guilt gay ne ho ne had no what's hair ge ne hill ne says on Jason darts hair ne ho ne they went and then on the jaheko dan your whole I knew the and going da on do the no ho to knock to hot got where ne just kai on ni da on ni had they got hot da and do ne they what da any got say dan your whole I knew the and going da on do the no ho to knock to hot got where ne had taken your dog ne ho ne no Andy had the with a jeep dog ne ho ne had the jeep that's ne ho 20 year Danny ho I knew the and going down on do the no ho to look to hot got where ne there when ne ungon yes the dako Danny ho I knew the and going da ona do the no ho to look to hot got where ne Tino and Hadi when yon da Tino to go on this then on the yakta he get what squat tana duck what Hadi when yon da Danny ho I knew the and going da ona do the no ho to look to hot got where ne Sawachi and the ka what ne ho ne a ti so kaka kwa ko. Da ni ho wai ni o te e na ngwa ni ngon. Da ona do de no no ho junuk do ho ka we ni kaji son da si ya. Da ni ho wai ni o te e na ngwa ni ngon. Da ona do de no no ho junuk do ho ka we ni se wa ko anes kanyo da yo. Da ni ho wai ni o te e na ngwa ni ngon. Da ona do de no no ho junuk do ho ka we ni ke na no di ha te o ya ge o no. Da ni ho wai ni o te e na ngwa ni ngon. Da ona he ho junuk do he je he. Do ges o we gwe go de yong gwa do ni. Da ni ho wai ni o te e na ngwa ni ngon. Ne ho ni a ti no ni Yogi wo no de Yogi wo no de ha ne Yogi wo no de Yogi wo no de ha ne Ona. So I began with our Ganunya. It's the Thanksgiving address. Some people consider it a prayer, but I do not. Just to start everybody's mind off with gratitude. And so to be thankful that we have water. Thankful you have air. Thankful all the other beings in this world that we're in. And then after I cut it down, right? Because it's like an hour and a half speech. So, but the other thing I did was Kalkaneawi, what was the morning song. And my people have been doing the morning song for more than a millennia. So I just thought that would be a way to open up everything. Dani hode ai.
So thank you, Jesse. Thank you, David. And good morning, everyone, and welcome to Martin House for our inaugural conference on museums and ethical stewardship. We're delighted to be joined by so many friends and colleagues who have come from throughout the region, the state, and even other parts of the country. So for those of you who are here personally, and we have some people joining us virtually, today is meant to be a forum for inquiry and robust conversation. So we've invited an incredible group of thinkers, most from the field of cultural heritage or community to guide us, but most importantly, we look forward to hearing from all of you. This gathering grew out of our newest exhibition titled Collecting Ourselves, the Objects of Martin House, and it's our desire to dive deeper into some of the themes that are explored in that exhibition. We wanted to examine the fundamental nature of collections work, and most specifically, what does the act of collecting mean today? How do we redefine that word? So as representatives of community groups and cultural organizations, we're regularly faced with many of the same challenges. And so I'm just going to pose some introductory questions for us to be thinking about as we hear the presenters today. Who holds the moral and legal rights to the past? Where does cultural property belong? What are the indicators of good stewardship? How do we move from being custodians of things to being caretakers of culture? How can we work with communities to handle displaced collections? And finally, how do we ensure the stories we tell are rooted in legitimacy and authenticity? So I think these questions really affect our professional practice and have really serious implications for the work we do. Last night, many of us had the privilege of listening to the powerful words of Tamara Lanier, who spoke to Truth to Power regarding her landmark 16-year battle against Harvard University to reclaim photographs of her enslaved ancestors, Renty Taylor and Delia Taylor. And we're really grateful that she's still here with us today to be part of the conversation. Her story reminds us why our work matters and why it's never too late to do the right thing. So today, we're going to split things up into 3 sessions, and we'll do that by confronting the concept of collecting through diverse perspectives, from repatriation and shared stewardship to the complexities of the D word, deaccessioning, and the notions of interpretation and authenticity. Each panel will be shared by an expert moderator who will introduce the speakers, and then we'll be followed by the individual presentations, and afterwards the moderators will facilitate dialogue between the panel and the floor. If a question or a subject isn't addressed during a specific session, don't worry. We've put index cards in the middle of the table and have reserved time at the end of the day for a full recap with all of the presenters. So if you want to write down any of your questions or observations throughout the day, you can just leave them at the table, and we'll collect them probably right before lunchtime and after our last session. We want to integrate anything that you would like as part of that closing conversation. In addition to the index cards, you'll see on the table that you'll have the day's agenda there, speaker bios, as well as a map of our campus. Our schedule is such that we'll have 2 morning sessions followed by a midday recess for lunch. During that lunch break, there will be time for all of you to visit the exhibition, Collecting Ourselves, which is held in the Barton House. So that's why we have the map if you need to find your way, or any one of us at Martin House will happily show you how to get there. We also will have our museum store open during those hours if you want to take a look and do a little shopping. And then, of course, we will close out today also with offering tours of our beautiful site. So if you are interested in joining a tour and you didn't have a chance to register in advance, just let someone at the front desk know and we'll add you to the list. Just finally to say that in the course of our professional duties, I think finding time and space to have meaningful dialogue is often a challenge and sometimes becomes a lesser priority. And so I want us to cherish this opportunity that we have here together today. So with that said, just ask you please to silence your phones. We do have Wi-Fi information on the table, but to minimize any tablet usage, I mean, let's have conversation, let's have connection today. But also feel free to get up, stretch, get more refreshments. This is meant to be a very fluid kind of activity today. Also, as a reminder, these proceedings are being live streamed and recorded, so you'll have the opportunity as well to revisit our conversation in the coming weeks. We are here to confront challenging, sensitive, and sometimes overlooked topics. And I think that we all agree that we will approach this with rigor, honesty, and mutual respect today and long after the conference ends. So with that said, it's now my pleasure to introduce Delaney O'Connell from the University at Buffalo's Department of Indigenous Studies. She'll get us started with our first session, and we might have little moments before and after each sessions where we'll have to do some little tech work. So Delaney, thank you for being here, and let's get started.
Osda Sanalei, the Guata'a Delaney Titskilagi. Hi, good morning. My name is Delaney. I'm from the Cherokee Nation of Oklahoma. I have the distinct pleasure of moderating this esteemed panel this morning. The panel will run in the following order. All of our speakers are going to present, and then we'll hold the questions for the end. I'm going to read our bios of our wonderful speakers in the orders that you'll see them. So we'll start with Melissa Parker Leonard. She is a historian and founder of 7th Gen Cultural Resources, where her work focuses on Indigenous history, cultural heritage, and historic interpretation in Western New York. She teaches social studies education at Buffalo State University and serves as president of the board of managers at the Buffalo History Museum. Melissa also chairs the Diversity, Equity, and Accessibility and Inclusion Committee for the Erie County Historical Commission and volunteers with Indigenous Women's Initiatives. Her research examines the history of the Seneca people and the Buffalo Creek Reservation, including work on the Seneca Indian Park and early collecting practices of the Buffalo Historical Society. And I have the distinct pleasure of knowing her as a mentor as well. Second speaking, we have Dr. Mishrana Goman, daughter through the patrilineal line of enrolled Tonawanda Band of Seneca Hawk Clan. She is a professor and chair of the Indigenous Studies Department at the University at Buffalo and president of the American Studies Association. Her monographs include Mark My Words, Native Women Mapping Our Nations, and Settler Aesthetics, the spectacle of originary moments in the New Worlds. She's also part of a feminist editorial collective for keywords in gender and sexuality studies, which won the Choice Award in 2021, and now is part of a podcast series of the same name. I highly recommend it. Digital projects that she has been a part of include Kopai, Carrying Our Ancestors Home, KOA, Merkutu, California Native Hub, Haudenosaunee Archival Research and Knowledge, as well as Mapping Indigenous LA and Mapping Indigenous Chicago. And I have the very distinct pleasure of being her graduate student. She is my advisee, I'm her advisee, she is my chair. I also have presenting David L. George Shongo Jr. David is a prominent archivist and cultural advocate for the Seneca Nation. As the former director of the Seneca Iroquois National Museum, he has been a driving force in the modernization of tribal archives and the preservation of Haudenosaunee heritage. In 2005, he was elected as the inaugural chair of the Native American Archives Roundtable, now a section of the Society of American Archivists, where he helped establish the protocols of Native American archival material handlings. He has also played a pivotal role in the vision and realization of the Honosegwedo Cultural Center in Salamanca, New York. I don't speak Seneca, I barely speak Cherokee. His work bridges the gap between Western archival sciences and traditional knowledge, focusing on the repatriation of cultural property and the revitalization of the Seneca language as pillars of tribal sovereignty. Please help me welcome our speakers.
Good morning. I'm going to set my watch because I want us to stick with time. So I'll start by telling you a little bit of background about myself. My father was Tonawanda Seneca, and he was born on the Cattaraugus Reservation, and he was one of 8. And when he was 3 years old, his parents moved into the city of Buffalo, wanting them to attend city schools. And so for all of his life and all of my life, Buffalo has been home. I grew up in South Buffalo, and I learned from him because he always recognized we're on Buffalo Creek. And he told me that history, and I never really connected the dots until he passed away a few years ago, and then I realized, oh, he was prepping me so that when he was gone, I would take up that work. And I never saw that pathway till a few years ago. And when he passed away, I started having a lot of questions, and I think that that's something a lot of people can connect with. When you're not able to ask the questions anymore, then you really want to know. So I wasn't able to ask him things that I wanted to know. And in my main question, I was really wanting to know the story about was what happened, how did we lose Buffalo Creek? And I didn't know the answer to that. And when I started delving into it, I had many more questions and I wanted to know more. And ultimately, what really drove me was the notion that we were removed. And we often don't talk about that in that way, because when I started to read the history, there's often phrasing such as the Senecas abandoned Buffalo, the Senecas sold Buffalo, and that wasn't the case because there was a larger strategy. And what I started to piece together, which made me want to share the history, was that the men who strategized our removal are on our street names. And they were the mayors of Buffalo and very prominent individuals that I could connect with because I grew up here and I knew those street names. So, that's really what propelled me and motivated me to research and want to tell that story. So in that regard, I started out in the archives of the Buffalo History Museum and really connected with a lot of people there, and I have fallen in love with the museum, and I have now delved into this question. So I pose this question: what happens when the history hasn't been fully recognized? And it is not, because I have given many talks about the history of Buffalo, and the conclusion is usually, I never knew that. My husband's an urban planner too, and he said, I never learned that in school. So in Buffalo, it doesn't just mean something's missing, but it means something was taken and reinterpreted and institutionalized without Indigenous consent. And that is apparent in the books published early on by the Buffalo Historical Society, as well as our street names. So as we enter this conversation, we're talking about collaboration, shared stewardship, and what's really important to me is visibility. And I want to ground us in this direct question, because to understand what is owed, we have to understand how we got here. This is a very short grounding in the history, and I like to divide it up as land and Indigenous history and the growth of Buffalo. I often talk about two truths can exist at the same time. We can acknowledge progress, but we have to ask at whose expense, or what's missing in the story. So the growth of Buffalo and the dispossession of Seneca land, they're not parallel stories. This didn't happen over here and this is separate history. This is a shared story, and we have to acknowledge that. If we look at this timeline, we can see that very clearly. So before 1800, this was Haudenosaunee homeland, the Buffalo Creek Reservation. And then between 1838 and 1842, several treaties were signed, and there was increasing pressure from the Ogden Land Company. Many people have the misconception that Buffalo Seneca land was sold to the Holland Land Company. It was actually the Ogden Land Company. It was David Ogden who pushed for our removal out west. So not only removal from Buffalo, but removal from this entire region, this entire state. We were told to go to Kansas. So in 1842, the Buffalo Creek Treaty was signed, and that was an agreement with the Ogden Land Company. This was not just a land transaction. It was a moment of forced removal. And the language there is important because this entire timeline was instability for Seneca people, and there was anxiety over what would happen. And I've read letters in the History Museum where the language was centered around what will happen to us, because to lose the land was to cease to exist. That was the exact wording in some of the letters in the History Museum. So immediately following that transaction, the Buffalo Creek Treaty, we see Buffalo's rapid expansion, and the population numbers exploded once the Senecas were removed from Buffalo. The other piece of that, if we think about the growth of Buffalo, is the Erie Canal. And so the Erie Canal opened in 1825, industrial development accelerated, and then by 1901, Buffalo is positioned on the global stage, and we have the Pan American Exposition. In 1862, right in the middle of all this growth, that's when the Buffalo Historical Society is founded. So all of these elements of growth and development and design are coexisting along with an entirely different perspective that is often missing from this history. So when we look at museum collections today, we have to understand this is part of the same process and part of this timeline. And this is one example of Buffalo, but it's often a very similar story in different places, but often total removal, where many nations were removed from their homelands completely. So what this timeline shows us is that land was being taken, but at the same time, I want you to understand that history was also being written, not in an indigenous lens, not through an indigenous lens. So by the early 1900s, indigenous presence here in Buffalo is minimized. And it's minimized in public memory, even though we had only recently been displaced. So when we look at museum collections today, we have to understand that this is part of that same process. And much of the early history of Buffalo was written by non-native white men. And this is being published after all of this history. And so it's very much, well, this happened and we're interpreting it now. So, history is not separate from the dispossession, but it's tied to it and we don't talk about it in that way. So that brings us to repatriation. Because if institutions are being built in the moment after the Senecas were removed, they are benefiting from that. And so the question isn't just how we collaborate today, it's how to take responsibility for what was taken and what is continuing to be held, and how do we acknowledge that history? Because that history is tied to intergenerational trauma. So, early collecting practices are framed as preservation, but we need to also talk about acts of extraction. These are systems and institutions that were designed to exclude. And if we think of the foundation of Buffalo as being a story of dispossession, that is a story of white men in power deciding who belonged in the city. And they decided that the Haudenosaunee people did not belong in the city, were not welcome in the city, and they needed to leave. So that is a very important part of the perspective, because for indigenous people, that is the story. So now we have collecting and exhibitions occurring after that very traumatic history, telling what they are now deciding is the story of the city as well. So in Buffalo, many of the early collectors, they were not trained archaeologists. So there's figures like A.L. Benedict, Frederick Houghton, which is a very familiar name in Buffalo, and then also we'll talk about Arthur Parker in a minute. But A.L. Benedict was a doctor, and he dug up sites and he distributed those materials across local colleges and museums. Frederick Houghton was an amateur archaeologist, and he was part of a broader culture of collecting that was not grounded in the indigenous perspective. I had a conversation with an archaeologist recently, and I asked him why in the late 70s, 80s, why wasn't the indigenous perspective included? And his answer was very honest. He said, well, we don't know who to ask. We studied in school, and we did not have a reference point of who to contact to be able to get that perspective. So, this idea that collecting isn't grounded in indigenous culture or knowledge systems, it's also important to know it's also not grounded in consent either. So these individuals were part of a larger movement of self-trained archaeologists and ethnologists who were not native. And the purpose of collecting was not neutral. So it was to document what was considered a vanishing race. And for education purposes, while in some cases even entertainment. So if we look at the Pan American Exposition, part of that goal was commodification, getting people to pay to see a living exhibit, but also entertain people, but also education. And if people viewing exhibits are not understanding or on the same page with the purpose, they walk away with a lot of misconceptions. You know, is this supposed to entertain me? I'm learning about culture here, but it's completely out of context. And the purpose was to get people to pay money to see the exhibit. So, you know, this commodification of culture is also problematic. So these systems were building within systems that excluded indigenous voices. So now Arthur C. Parker complicates the story. So he had Seneca heritage. He is a distant cousin of mine, and he worked to preserve and document Haudenosaunee knowledge and culture. But he was also operating with this same museum system, and really what was the scientific framework of study of a group, an ethnicity for that time period in the early 1900s. He was designated the official New York State archaeologist, but he was collecting within systems that treated indigenous cultures, again, as subjects of study. And so objects were removed, you know, at his behest from their communities and separated from context. And importantly, knowledge was gathered about indigenous communities, but rarely with them. But he did have collections practices that did so, but they still were being exhibited in institutions that in general were not consulting the indigenous perspective. So at the same time, you know, institutions, museums at the time shaped how knowledge was interpreted. They're sharing this with the public, and the public is learning about us through that lens. And the long-term effects of that have affected how we view ourselves and our own identity, because this is a group of people telling us who we are. This is who we think you are, and we're going to display it and teach other people about that. And it has created identity issues, the long-term effects of that we have not reconciled ourselves with. So, you know, just to sum up that early ethnology and anthropology and archaeology institutional frameworks, it limited inclusion of indigenous voices. And that all contributed to this version of ourselves that we are now beginning to try to claim again authentically. So it's not about, it's about questioning the authority that these systems created and who has the right to interpret indigenous history moving forward. So this is a microcosm of what this culture and this collecting, this idea of collecting. Buffum Street, are any of you familiar with Buffum Street? So that is a few blocks away from the house that I grew up in, and I'm very familiar with Buffum Street because my father made sure that I would be very familiar with Buffum Street. And he was very interested in burial mounds, and we traveled all over and we'd visit burial mounds. And Buffum Street has a very significant history that goes back to hundreds and hundreds of years ago. There were artifacts taken out of Buffum Street and dated as early as 1500. I would imagine it would be even earlier, but that's what was recorded in the 1950s. Remains were also removed from Buffum Street. And if you look at the center map, that is a drawing of the ancient work. And the graves on the map, if you can see it here, that's where Red Jacket was buried and Mary Jemison was buried. But it also was a burial mound used by previous nations for hundreds of years. But I just point out this site because it reminds us that history, it's local, it's physical, but it's also ongoing, and it's still there and preserved. The archaeologists who dug into the site took the items out, and then they were placed in various institutions of Buffalo. But what happened to this site, it was a cemetery, and when the Senecas were removed from Buffalo in 1842, it was still used as a cemetery after that. So then Euro-American settlers were buried in the cemetery, and then it sat for a while, and it was taken care of by a black man named Humphrey Tolliver. And Humphrey Tolliver's parents were slaves, and he was friends with the Senecas who lived nearby, and he became the self-appointed caretaker. When he passed away, the cemetery fell into disrepair and the grass was overgrown, and the city of Buffalo said, what are we going to do with this? We have to have a budget to take care of this cemetery because Humphrey was doing it for free. And so they argued about who owned the cemetery, who was in charge of it. And ultimately, the mayor at the time, Grover Cleveland, said, well, that belongs to the Senecas, so they should take care of it. So, Grover Cleveland often vetoed any spending. So that was, essentially his acknowledgement of, I don't want to pay for upkeep. But then it went into a lot of argument. And what you were saying yesterday was resonating with me. Because there is no title to the land prior to the land transaction. So there was not a deed handed over. So in the newspapers in Buffalo, this site was argued about for decades, about who it belonged to and who should take care of it. Ultimately, what happened was a man who lived across the street bought it, and he sold it to the Larkin family. And the Larkin family sold it to the city for $1 and said, we recognize how important this site is. We don't want it to be developed. And then it was transferred to the city of Buffalo. So it became a city park. The problem with that is this newspaper article. So these are the Larkins. They put a big boulder there from their estate, and it says, this is in memory of the Seneca Indians, and recognizing this history. And this is, they look like they're about to board the Titanic. It's that era. But this, article points out, Indians protest but offer no violence when ancient cemeteries made city park. The Senecas were there, and they said, we don't want this. We don't want a park. This is where our ancestors are buried. Because when you think of a park, you think of throwing a ball around and having a picnic. And when I walk into Forest Lawn, it says right on the gates, this is sacred ground. It is known. And this is not indicating there are remains there. And this should be treated differently. So in 1912, it was designated a city park, and it still is. So to this day, this is Seneca Indian Park. But there are remains there, which were placed there in the 1950s. So when Letchworth State Park constructed its dam, they found remains. They took them from Letchworth and they put them in the park. So without even digging, there's recorded evidence that there are remains here. So this is it's a microcosm of the idea that there are people who are not native who decide what happens and that we know better. Because this is an example of the Senecas there pleading for this not to be made a city park. And this group decided they knew better. We know better and we will have it preserved. But in my mind, as a city park, it's not protected. And it's not indicated what it is because it's Seneca Indian Park. And the other problematic part about it is just who has the right to decide what happens next? That's an important piece of the conversation. But I think ultimately it cannot exist the way it does. The other piece of it that I find problematic about this plaque is it's dedicated in memory of the Seneca Indians, as if they're not right there at the ceremony. And that is often what happens. We get placed in the past, and that can happen sometimes unintentionally, in museums. We never get to that present day. It's all history, past, end. And so we are a living presence. And so it's often problematic when those perspectives are not included. So, this history also includes resistance, because if we talk about just the dispossession, we're still here. I've lived in Buffalo my whole life. And that's an important piece of the story, because we were incredibly smart and diplomatic, and we interacted in 2 languages. And that is an important part of the story. It wasn't just, we lost Buffalo. It was a strategy that we learned, and we were able to stay here in this area. But I think that ultimately repatriation does not begin as just a museum initiative. It began because Indigenous people demanded it. So when institutions talk about reconciliation, you know, it's important to be clear, this is not generosity. This is reconciling the history of collecting. And that's an important piece of it, because we need to develop relationships, but at the same time, we have to acknowledge the harm that it caused. So giving, you know, returning is great, but at the same time, we also have to acknowledge the past in regards to how we got here. So, you know, these steps need to be grounded in not only consultation, but authentic relationships and conversations. And, you know, it's about decision-making and authority and trust. And that's the point we have to get to, is trust. And having difficult conversations and having an acknowledgement of a traumatic past in history. And so as we move into that conversation, you know, I want to return to the question that grounds all of this, you know, making sure that we ensure that collaboration and shared stewardship are not substitutes. We're building from that. That's the foundation that we have to build from going forward. Because if repatriation is not, it's not just a foundation, you know, it's everything, everything that we build wants to make sure we're not repeating that same imbalance. So that's you know, it's relationship, not transaction. So it's moving beyond that transaction. So thank you.
Nyaweskano, good morning, everybody. Hello. I'm going to just start and share a little story, as our keynote last night shared a little story. It also, I'm Ashana Goman, as Delaney introduced us. But I want to start with, I have recently returned back to my tribal homelands here after being at UCLA in Southern California for many years. And during that time, I spent 10 to 12 years as the NAGPRA coordinator. And one of the, or not the coordinator, I was on the NAGPRA team. It takes a team to get NAGPRA and these issues and repatriation done. And during that time, I learned a lot from the coordinator and from the archaeologists indigenous archaeologists that were committed to returning remains home. But my commitment to these issues started well before that. And I want to be clear, too, that this demand that Melissa Leonard is talking about happened well before NAGPRA was passed in the 1990s. And my father and my uncle were all involved in one of the first repatriations from the Peabody Museum. It wasn't a legal repatriation necessarily. It was done through arms and demands, and they were all part of the American Indian movement. My dad was only 16 at the time. My mom was there. And I talked to my mother this morning on my way in, and ironically, it came up. I was out at Tonawanda talking to my uncle, Stonehorse Goman, who was very involved in that first repatriation. And when they stormed the Peabody, they stormed it as indigenous people within that, and that was in 1969. They stormed the Peabody Museum to get the scalps that were displayed on the wall, off the wall. And there was a baby girl that was displayed in that museum. And they demanded that to be back. So that hard-won legislation of repatriation that was done through the legislation system was done through the hard work of even a 16-year-old young man that would be moved. So I say that because in talking to my mother this morning, I was like, okay, my mom will probably give me a more rational, less, my uncle's a character. So she might give me feedback, and she's like, they just wanted their shit back, Mashana. they went in. I don't know if what they did was right or wrong. They just wanted their shit back. So sorry for the language, but that's, my mother, that's how she talks lately, particularly when she's dealing with that particular area and being involved in my mom's white, my dad's indigenous. So, and thinking about that long road is partly what led to this particular project I'm going to talk about today. And this is a digital humanities project that first began at UCLA, and I'm going to talk about how I'm bringing it here now that I'm a professor at University of Buffalo in Indigenous Studies, how I'm bringing it here and want to expand it and think about this in relation. But this project came out of years and years, not only of my relationship with local Southern California tribes, but also of Professor Wendy Teeter, who is now working at the Smithsonian Museum, and she's now curating actually for formerly enslaved to do repatriation for formerly enslaved internationally. So this is something that's happening on an international level, but she had worked with these communities for years. I call it like she was the archaeologist bat signal. Like every time they dug in California, if they dig under 6 feet, right, post 1992, they had to dig further for earthquake measures, right? And every time that happened, they'd find remains or burial sites, because what would happen is just what Melissa was talking about. They just plow it over, send all the stuff to the local museums and such. So we're living with this history of a environmental dispossession and a collection dispossession, and how that works in museums. That becomes kind of the filter through which we have this innocuous way of thinking about these things, right? So this project that I'm going to talk about right now is very much kind of based in California for right now, but what it does, it also creates a curriculum and teaching mechanisms that's used throughout universities to talk about, particularly about NAGPRA. And I didn't get to it today because I've been having a little bit of eye issues and a lot of master's theses to read. But it will be updated by next week or the week after to include 2024 NAGPRA regulations. Workshops that were done at Santa Ynez, the Chumash Nation over in California, but it was a nationally led Chumash. They have a little bit of money. So they pulled everybody in to lead a workshop on the current 2024 regulations. So that will be up if you want to learn what that means for Native people and repatriation as well. So COA, Carrying Our Ancestors Home, came about because as an academic, right, we're supposed to write books and articles. But those often don't go outside. They don't even go to museum people sometimes, right? And so how do we get the understanding out there? Well, Wendy and I were like, we didn't want to work with we wanted to have tribal voices, but sometimes they're overworked, and in order to get any writing to make in a book, it's almost impossible because they're just so overworked. Like the TIPO officers of Indigenous nations are overworked, and that's one thing that museum people have to understand in doing consultation or doing any of that work, just the depth of work they have to do and the traveling they have to do and the emotional labor. It's a lot to do. I'm chair of NAGPRA committee at UB, but I don't go near the remains and I don't go near the materials. But when I hear the stories, the emotional labor of what has been done to our ancestors is impactful. So Wendy and I were talking, Dr. Wendy Teeter, and we were like, we could do another book, let's not do another book. And then we had done another digital project, Mapping Indigenous LA, which was getting visibility towards the Gabrielino Tamba Nation, which has since happened at that point in time. I was also on the NAGPRA committee, and I was the inaugural special advisor for Native American and Indigenous Affairs. In the UC system, I was the first one. So what we were doing was, how can we serve communities? And it was not a book, it was not another editorial collection. So we did a digital website. I had happened to give a talk at Washington State University Pullman on the Mapping Indigenous LA project. And I met and learned a lot about Merkutu platform, which is a CSM platform. And I know that a lot of museums tend to use past perspective, yeah, which is has more kind of nuances. But Merkutu, in some ways, is all about data sovereignty, indigenous data sovereignty, and how to get indigenous voices into the archive. So instead of writing a book, we turned to COA, Carrying Our Ancestors Home, which developed some of those ideas. Merkutu came about through working, Kimberly Christensen worked with the Ramongo community in Australia and asked what the needs were for Indigenous people to have those parts of collections. So it's a content management system and a digital access tool for cultural heritage built for an ongoing dialogue with Indigenous communities. So during my process, I also became, and I still am, a co-PI on California Native Hub, which we take California very loosely. We take these boundaries, state boundaries, very loosely. We work in Puerto Rico, and we're in HARC, the Haudenosaunee Archival. It's all about relationship building, and I'll get to that in a second. So those are the spokes, and we became a hub in which we give content advice so that different nations can build their own tribal resources. We've worked with the Pala Indians. You'll never see that online because they only keep it internal through their tribal data networks. We have much more public ones, like Carrying Our Ancestors Home, the Haudenosaunee Archive resource and knowledge portal. That's very public. That might be useful here. But all in all, it's about giving data sovereignty to Native communities and offering some flexibility outside museum practices for different categorization systems. And one of the most important things that I find about this is the data sovereignty becomes important here. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Indigenous Data Sovereignty Movement. They just had a meeting last week, actually, so I'm sure there'll be some updates. But part of what they're looking at is to figure out how to be fair and care, right? But the fair is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Now, in terms of Merkutu, what happens is that when you categorize and when people search using different categories or search mechanisms, it's on the basis of what Native communities, specific Native communities want in that search mechanism. So that becomes, it becomes much more flexible. There become different orthographies that get to be used. So the linguists, there's a dictionary component to the Merkutu, and all of this becomes important here. So this quote by Kim Christensen explains why thinking also through the format of how you're making your materials accessible is key. She says, the colonial collecting mission has left a living legacy of cultural materials that are displaced from their home communities and oftentimes contain wrong, misleading, derogatory, and offensive metadata that gets continually and endlessly circulated once those collections are digitized, put online, and then scraped up by aggregators. In this moment of AI, they haven't addressed this, but in this moment of AI, we see this consistently within Native communities. Like sometimes we laugh about it, like the jingle dress dancer will be put on the head of something crazy. But we were laughing because we all saw that video. But there becomes a particular way that thinking through the control of one's digital aspects is also important in rethinking how we are collecting ourselves in that manner as well. What do we put online? How do we put that online? How do we name it? So part of the Carrying Our Ancestors Home came about in that 2018 conversation with Wendy Teeter and I, who we just didn't want to do another collected edit. I didn't feel like corralling and doing an edited volume and trying to corral these people that are way overworked. So this particular platform, everybody was, not everybody, but a lot of people were on board with it. They wanted to tell their stories. One of the key aspects we thought about is when I was younger, I think post this project and post hanging out with the NAGPRA practitioners, I was one of those, I was very immersed in Indigenous studies and very immersed in social activism, social movement work. I'm a feminist scholar, as Delaney noted. So I had this like, just give it all back, just do it. It's easy, right? Just give it all back. Now, I think there is that will, and this came also out of part of a frustration. We're 30 years in to NAGPRA being passed, right? The Native American Graves Protection Act that was passed in 1990. We're 30 years in. We have elders that have worked on this for over past 30 years, right? And to no avail, right? So I think this becomes the key, to put all that work into something, and there's always an excuse after an excuse not to get it back. And there's also nefarious practices that have occurred, in my experience, both in California and here, that you can't get into these cases because they're very particular, but the way that archaeologists and people in the museum institutions and the university institutions, this is acted nefariously to move materials around, is key to why NAGPRA has not succeeded, is key to why some people are still holding stuff that they know belongs back to Native nations, right? This isn't just something that happened badly in the past and now we're reconciling it. No, there's been ongoing practices post the passing of NAGPRA in 1990, where people have not acted honestly or in good faith, right? To that law. And they have not, as I say, they have not federally complied with federal law, which is up to $8,000 per item that you could be charged for, right? And I think that is key for people to know why this priority is needed in there. Because NAGPRA is hard, it hasn't actually worked. Law is only as good as its implementation, as Angela Riley says. If the law is not implemented correctly, then it doesn't go anywhere. So this particular project also was to create an understanding, not just for those in institutions that had to understand the impact of what NAGPRA and repatriation means to communities, but also our own communities. Because not understanding that function was very difficult. Not understanding what a cultural resource manager does or has to do, has to sit at a development site and watch while your ancestors are disinterred, right? This becomes part of it. And I think this is gonna become more of an issue in Buffalo, particularly with the development that we see going on. I mean, that's David can speak to that. He's going to carry us back home, back into place. So the key was, the audience was key to this, and thinking about how to convey what practitioners needed conveying, because otherwise people will remain to be theorists about what should be done with NAGPRA, versus understanding that we're trying to come up with processes of repatriation for things that were never meant to be done. Bodies that were never meant to be disinterred. Communities have to come up and reintroduce different songs. They have to be inventive about burial sites, and particularly in the landscape of California is because it's the highest real estate development and was later in the process of colonization and being admitted into the US in 1850. They have no land, many of the major people. Like, to have land in all of Compton actually was supposed to be Gabrielino Tomva Reservation, and the money was embezzled and stolen from them. So they have no land to even reinter their people, right? So there's all kinds of complications that happen with repatriation. And so this audience was key in the process in which we were doing. So COA is an educational platform used to improve that understanding of repatriation of ancestors and their belongings from the perspective of practitioners, so that academics, administrators, and students may understand how repatriation happens and their deep meaning to descendant communities. Tribal nations, cultural heritage protectors, lawyers, librarians, ethnographers, administrators, and professors involved in repatriation work use the platform to form collection modules that answer common questions. This began on a very small budget. Eventually, I received money in order to increase our increase what we put up on the site in terms of these aspects. And so we have these COA communities. You can see some of them. These communities themselves are built on relationality. Thus, HARC is part of the California Native Hub. We provide technical support for the building of the website. These are our relationals. Maria Montenegro, who's our tech person for this, she works out of UCI in Global Indigenous Studies, our global studies there, but she does Global Indigenous Studies, and she works with Rapa Nui, and she's working with the site there. We've worked in Puerto Rico with the Boracon community up in the mountains, and we're doing a lot of this kind of work. So one of the big projects that we did was the Centering Tribal Stories project that we got a multi-campus funding for. And we worked with over 25 tribal nations in California, some state recognized, some federally recognized. And within that process, they were able to tell their own stories and think about what the questions were they wanted to answer in terms of repatriation. So Merkutu allows for different communities, as you can see here. The communities can have a private end. They can have private conversations about the materials that needed. This becomes key because what we see more and more in museum practices, which is the bare minimum, I think, that can be done, instead of having a picture of a Native woman holding a basket and calling it squaw circa 1880, right? You now can find out the names of the people through community members. Because I want to be clear, the experts of these materials are not the museums and not, frankly, not the people that are doing the curation. It's the communities that are the experts. They're the ones, when I sit with the ladies at Tonawanda and they can go through the photos and tell whose ancestors are whom, they can name people. And that they name people, it's important to me because they name my ancestors who I recognize. So those are the experts. But for years, Native people were disappeared through the mechanisms that Melissa talks about, or devalued. Their knowledge was devalued, or their knowledge was extracted from their communities. So COA is meant to create more knowledge without the extraction of that knowledge as well. So that's what we tried to do. COA also has categories. That becomes very difficult. This is different from some of the other Merkutu projects where communities sit together and decide their categories. But for us, these are the different aspects of repatriation that we found communities wanted to address. They wanted to address the problem of academic disciplines, anti-colonial practices and how that had been taking place. In our practice here, in the anti-colonial practices, we don't start with NAGPRA in 1990. We actually start in 1902. Many people don't realize the first repatriation case, ironically, was in 1902 with the Yurok, or Kurok, I always get that mixed up, with Berkeley. I know Berkeley was involved in 1902. That was the first legal repatriation case, right? So this didn't start in 1990. People have been demanding their return and demanding their items home since those early days, or not having them disinterred at all. But that's another question. So that's part of the practice. We talk about data sovereignty, the environment. The environment becomes a big issue that we think about in relation to this, as well as holistic wellness, indigenous practices, language revitalization. Language also becomes a big part of thinking about repatriation and how you're carrying and stewarding materials. To have a name, like somebody's name, can have a depth of meaning and a depth of knowledge, right? That it can be this data that's well beyond just, her name is Mishana or Lisa or Theo, I'll use my kid's name. That becomes like a depth of knowledge as well, an intergenerational knowledge that we see. Repatriation law and policy, which I think we're the strongest on right now in this site, and social justice issues and teaching resources. Now, of course, these all overlap. And I wanted to actually show the site of carrying our ancestors home, but I'll just say here, these, in the Centering Tribal Stories, each of these have different varying level of syllabi and class exercises you can use in your teaching, and materials and videos that come from the community themselves. So the photos that you normally might see on Berkeley's, that have been digitized on Berkeley's site, they'll be named. The woman will be named, the children might be named. It becomes a part and parcel of a collecting of knowledge through this. Now, we did this too because it's not enough to create a digital site and rename things or provide that. Some people will be very interested, of course. We all have those museum nerds or those nerds that are out there, right? But for teaching purposes, we also realized we had to conduct the curriculum ourselves and do that process ourselves because as part of that teaching. So you'll see some of this on here. We address all different kinds of aspects. First, you have to know where you are. So I really love that Melissa went first. We address what is NAGPRA. Again, I'm going to have a module 2.2 up. That's going to be, I have to create the curriculum, and I'm working with grad student, and it's going a little slow, but we'll get it up. What is 2.2? What is NAGPRA post-2024 regulations? That's something I think we all need to know. Which, by the way, that regulation was based on Cal NAGPRA regulation, which was based on UCLA's form for taking care of items and rethinking the problems of NAGPRA and why it hasn't been done. So we also talk about artistic practices. That was my module. I was in charge of that. I love contemporary art. I'd rather be talking about that. But the relationship between the items that are in museums that are from archaeology sites and contemporary art, there's a line, a direct line in a negotiation between those. So those are some of the things that we looked at. Since we started this too, it's been used in the land back claims that you see in California. So some of the material that was collected and put on here, like the Pitt River collection and other collections, were used in that kind of land back material. So there's actually a real materiality that can come if you collect and steward and engage communities in appropriate ways as well. So I've seen that. So one of the benefits of collaboration, access, and repatriation that we have seen is the recognizing of sovereign nations, data sovereignty. Understanding what data sovereignty means is very clear. So the museum and the cultural materials we have, that is data. That is data, history data, if we want to put it that way. It has a depth of knowledge to it. So those principles should be looked at in as well through social justice mechanisms. It addresses the painful legacies. Particularly, we have, and I'm going to show you a module example coming up, but the painful legacies also have ongoing harm that's been done. A lot of the testimonies that happen within COA have been used to thwart mines, particularly in, we worked with the Native American Land Conservancy to stop mining in the Mojave Desert, which was going to tear up this one sacred springs. That's a story. If you want to hear about it, I can tell about it later. But yeah, we went out to these places in the middle of the desert, amazing places that were water holes in the middle of the desert that were traditional Mojave passing all the way through with elders, and to get some of this footage and for them to tell their story, to address it, to kind of work and fight for social justice issues against mining companies. So those are the ongoing harms that we see. We have a module on confronting climate change, and that's done in Puerto Rico with the Boricon community, because as hurricanes happen and the shores get eroded, things get exposed, and there's been a lot of looting happening in Puerto Rico on the exposed sand and shores. So that becomes part of it. So I think that's something that museums really, because these materials get passed down and bought. So climate change is very much a part of museum collecting practices. We like to separate it out, but the explosion and looting of these sites also become part of it. So we have, that's a really beautiful film. They were able, this is with UC San Diego, they were able to hire a Puerto Rican filmmaker who really cared. Oh my gosh, a beautiful filmmaker. So that's a really beautiful module that I love. Gets into the environmental. The health consequences were done by Cliff Trafster, who himself, he's a historian at UC Riverside, who has worked for over 60 years with communities out there. And this is one of the last things he wanted to do, was to talk about the health consequences of NAGPRA. And there is a deeply seated health consequences that come with the keeping of people's materials in institutions when these things aren't taken care of, or whoever comes in contact. There's all kinds of health consequences as well. But the materials that we have, and that if there's repatriation or access or shared stewardship, collaboration, whatever kind of authority that they want over it, that becomes part of the cultural resurgences, art practices, and storytelling. These act as mnemonic devices and can be part of the storytelling, and land return, as I said. So here's one of the modules that I did, and you can go online and look at it, thinking about the items, art, in present practices, and how that collecting and practices are important here, become key, they're innovative for via contemporary artistic practices, and the relationship between ancestral items that have been removed from their place in the land are explored constantly and help heal, create, and continue cultural survival. So here's just an example of one of our modules, and this is the health consequences that I was talking about as well. And I'm not going to have time, but you can see here we have listen plans that you can look at as well, because we can't necessarily know that people will be able to teach the materials or some of the key concepts. So we always put that in there as well. And this is Sean Melovich, who comes. And we just have these kind of really great kind of ways of thinking about how to address and learn through the materials as well. So that is, in the potential future here that I have and thinking about, there's going to be the update that I talked about. There's potential ongoing work with UCLA where we're going to do rematriation training and accreditation classes. We have a great interview by Suzanne Schoen-Harjo, who is at the start of doing the 1990 regulations, and she talks directly there about the difference between repatriation and rematriation, which is key. And we need to assess COA about what nations in New York need and have those listening sessions before we can see how they're concluded. And then we're going to expand to addressing the state of New York and SUNY practices, because SUNY has not fully addressed their accession policies. They have not fully addressed what needs to get done. So that's something that we're going to do moving forward as well in the state of New York, and see how that works itself. So that's what we have. I had a little video here. We can, if any of you want, it's called The Time Has Come, and that's from the voices of the California practitioners, that the time has come to address NAGPRA, and that it's well overdue. So I don't have time to show that, but I'm going to turn it over to Dave, and thank you very much.
So I entitled mine, Collecting Ourselves, Museums, Ethics, Stewardship, and Native Nations Sovereignty. So being Native, I figured, well, I start off with a joke. So as much as people think we're stoic, the nicer that, in our culture, the nicer we are to you, the less likely we like you. And so I remember going to Albany, and there was a picture of a rugged terrain. And underneath the caption, it said that the native people told this explorer that there were unicorns on the other side of that mountain. And I started laughing, and George Hamill, who was the curator for New York State Museum, was like, "Why are you laughing?" And I was like, I pictured this white guy explorer like bugging everybody about unicorns. And instead of like thumping him and throwing him out of the village, somebody was like, I bet you I can get him to climb over that mountain. And everyone's like, no one's going to go over that way. It's harsh. And so then I just imagine him late one night being like, psst, psst, hey, I'll tell you a secret. There's unicorns over that way. Don't ever come back this way, but they're over that way. And then and they got him out of the village. And 400 years later, somebody writes it down and says, oh, the native people said that there were unicorns there. As though it was a truth and maybe not a joke. But so they say one time the Pope and a medicine man came together to talk about the Creator. But they didn't understand each other, so they got interpreters. But their interpreters didn't understand each other either. And so they decided to speak in sign language. And the Pope, being the Pope, decided he was going to go first. So the Pope looked at the medicine man and went like this. And the medicine man looked at him and went like this. Pope's face gets a little hard. He walks back and forth. Pope goes like this to him. Medicine man goes like that to him back. Well, Pope goes back, walks back, really serious face, thinking hard, puts out a blanket, puts it on the ground, puts some wine and some bread on top of there. And the medicine man reaches behind his back and pulls out an apple. Well, that was it for the Pope. Pope starts to leave, and his interpreter goes after him. Pope, what happened? He goes, I told that medicine man, the Creator's everywhere. Then he reminded me that God was right here. He goes, then I told him about the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. But then he reminded me there was only one Creator. He goes, then I thought about it more and put out a blanket with the bread and wine talking about Jesus sacrificing his life. And he pulls out the apple to remind me of the original sin of man. While there's that conversation's going on, the native medicine man and his interpreter are talking, and his interpreter said, what'd you say to that white guy to make him leave like that? Medicine man goes, I don't know. He goes, I come here to talk about the Creator, and all I know is that white guy said, all you Indians, get out of here. I told him, no, I'm staying right here. Then he had the audacity to tell me, you're going to give me 3 minutes to decide what to do. I told him I only needed 1 minute to decide what to do. He goes, but then he must have got hungry. And he brought out this bread and wine, and the only thing I had to offer was the apple you gave me earlier, but he must not have wanted that, so he left. So, what's the truth in that? But at the same time, if I told you the next day a militia came and went into that village with guns and slaughtered those people, who would have more say as to what was the truth? As some of you know, I've been doing this for a long time. And one of the things I did was the protocols of the Native American Archival Materials. I'm one of the authors of that in 2005. And when I brought it up to the Society of American Archivists, right before Katrina, I read a speech to start the round table. But we brought the protocols for them to endorse. And they wouldn't endorse it. And so I sat down with one of the people, Frank Bowles, who was on their council at the time. And he was like, how can we endorse this? This says that the Europeans invaded your country. And I was like, yeah, it's not a lie. And he was like, no, we didn't invade. It was empty. I was like, it wasn't empty. You know. And so when it first came up, they said no. And I figured it would take about 20 years. If they hadn't done anything with it, then I thought it would have been a no action. But when they came back with no, I'm like, okay, well, no is this, as a heterosexual man that's been told no by women many times in my younger days before I was married, I got used to no or whatever, so. And so I just figured it'd take about 20 years, but I think they did it in 12 or 15, so they did it pretty fast. And everybody knows what Indian time is, right? What is Indian time? Indian time is however long it takes you to get it right. people will say, oh, well, you're late. Well, it all depends on who's looking at it and from whose perspective, right? I used to teach Seneca language, and the kids would be like, well, I'm running on Indian time. And I'm like, well, we do have a sense of time. And they're like, no, we don't. Like, yeah, we do. We don't do midwinter ceremonies in June. I hope not. We do strawberries. We don't do strawberries in March. You know, we don't do harvest in the springtime. We do have a sense of time. It just may be different than your sense of time. And so, like, when it came to this, and it came to the ethics, it reminded me of one time I went to UB and was talking to people that wanted to become teachers. And the professor asked us on a panel, who was your favorite teacher and how did they overcome the racial barrier? And so when it was my turn to talk, I said, well, somebody's calling in on the computer, so. Anyways, so I told the professor, he saw she hung up, I didn't hang up. But I told the professor the way he phrased the question would be my response. And he was like, well, what did you mean by that? And I said, well, Mrs. Harris was my favorite teacher growing up, and she was Seneca, so what racial barrier was there? But your question as to racial barriers assumed that all my teachers were non-native, which was not the case. It's not the reality of it. And so, as TIPO director now, well, before this too, right, I was the museum director that did the Honoso Grande Cultural Center. And basically, that's why I say we are still here. Because up to that point, our museum had been there for 40 years before we got the new cultural center. But what I had done was, over all the years of being an archivist and hearing all the reasons why we can't have our things back for whatever reason that they came up with, I made a list over the years. And so when it came to making the cultural center, we got $18 million from the Seneca Nation to create the building. Another two was with grants and all that. But out of that list is how I created the cultural center. So one time, a lot of the times when the collection is put into the ground, we consider things in the ground dead. And so if you ever go to the cultural center, it's cut into the hill. So there's a back way. So we have the protection of Mother Earth, but it's not in the ground. And so knowing that custom dictated the way I did stuff. Just like when I was the archivist. One time I was talking at the Society of American Archives, and we were talking about how we do a collection. So in the Seneca Nation Archives, what I sung to you this morning, Kaneowi, right? The morning song, right? It's just common knowledge, right? It's a morning song. It's a dawn song, right? It's not an afternoon song. So if we come into the Seneca Nation Archives, when do you think you could listen to it? In the morning. I remember Frank Bro was saying, well, we have this, records management policy that we created that everything is open at all times. And I said, well, at the time, you created that like 50 years ago, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and say you created this law like 100 years ago. I said, but my people have been doing the Dong Song more than a millennia. And I was supposed to change what we've been doing for more than a millennia because you wrote something 100 years ago. So I said, whatever is good medicine for you may not be good medicine for us. And as a sovereign nation, we have this right. And so we did the Cultural Center. And so the Cultural Center is based on everything as to why we couldn't get something. So we have contaminated labs. So if something's contaminated, we can get it back. We have motion detectors, sensors, you name it. It's probably the most state-of-the-art building, museum, cultural center in Western New York. So one of the first things I did was I asked for borrowed the corn planter peace pipe tomahawk. And people were like, well, why didn't you repatriate it right back? I was like, because they would have lost that paperwork. But once we borrowed it and we had it in our possession, I knew they wouldn't lose our paperwork. And so filling out the form, and I said, well, how can you make sure it doesn't get stolen? So then I stopped and was like, I called up New York State Museum and was like, hey, why does it have how you make sure it didn't get stolen when it's been stolen the last 75 years? You just got it back last year. Who are you in the position to tell somebody else? But it's things that we deal with every day, even to this day. Yes, we have NAGPRA laws. We have all this that we have. And to this day, I still get like, well, once you take it back, what are you going to do with it? Is it really your concern? You know? And so, as a TIPO director, I think there's about, 45 people here? So, you're about a third of probably about 120 emails a day I get. Because I get requests for what's they call Section 108 or Section 106. And so anything that is in our Aboriginal ancestral land, I get a notice on for New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. Even went to West Virginia that one day, and they were surprised because Choyogowanis is what I know West Virginia to be. The Ya is probably footprints, the Goa is immense, and the Cha is over in that direction. So it's probably a one dish, one spoon. Think of it as Florida for us back in the day. So when people are like, oh, well, you don't really live there. I'm like, well, I'm sure the person that bought their house in Florida, that only stays there a couple months out of the year and comes back to Western New York to stay the other 9 months or whatever, I'm sure they still feel like they own that house. And so just because we camp somewhere doesn't mean that we didn't make allowances for other beings. And so, so it becomes overwhelming with TIPO sometimes. So this way, everybody stand up. All right, everybody talk to me all at once. All right, Saneha. All right, Swajay. Everyone can sit down. And then if I don't respond to you right away, right, you're like, well, I talked to him 5 times. Well, you are, like I said, a third of what I get. One person gets 4,000 some requests for Section 106. And now because of NAGPRA in 2024 has changed the laws. And so they have to consult with us, even though the museums have had 30 years to consult with us. But then I get a request from them, and then all of a sudden, I see like another, what they consider a nation, the Conestoga Susquehannock Tribe nonprofit organization in Pennsylvania is trying to say that they have the same rights that we do as the Seneca Nation. I'm like, they're not a nation, they're a nonprofit. Federal trust responsibilities go back to treaty laws. You have a treaty with us. Treaty foundation is based on federal trust. So is a trust, right? Trust is based on laws and moral. So not only do you have to follow the law, but you have to be morally. And so then that's when you get into good faith effort. And so some people will be like, well, you know, I just started this job. Well, I'm sorry you just started this job, but the law's been the same thing for the last 30 years. And when NAGPRA first came out, what people did was, oh, those medicine masks, they have to have tobacco on top of them, tobacco with them. Oh, then that's what makes it sacred. Oh, well, see, these ones don't have any tobacco. Well, I see tobacco in the hair. Where did the pouch go to? Oh, that person took the pouch off and acted like we were dumb, like we wouldn't notice. Or they would go and look at their collection and, oh, we don't have that. And then that person retires. And then in their closet, in their cabinet, is my ancestor. Because in the name of science was more important than that person. So whenever they look at their collection, the provenance of all their stuff, more and more I see always, it's like, oh, well, they went to this Indian grave and took these beads, and then we took them. It's written in their thing. They went to a grave, and took something. And so when people ask me, what are we going to do with these ancestors and their bare belongings, like, I'm going to bury them. The same rituals that they did. And it sounds easy, right? Like you think, oh, well, just take the ancestors. But for Native American, with museums, universities, there's millions of ancestors on shelves. For Haudenosaunee, there's probably over 100,000, over 1 million burial objects that go along with that. We have customs. So it's not like I just take them and then put them in the ground. Somebody has to speak. And as you can tell, sometimes I get tired of talking English. I worked really hard to learn Seneca. I even taught Seneca at Gwanda one time. And a non-native teacher said, well, why should other kids besides Senecas learn Seneca? I said, well, you do realize the Seneca Nation is the 4th leading employer of Western New York, so knowing a language might get you a job, get you promoted, get you a contract. I don't know what French is going to do in Western New York. And I brought that up because in the 90s, and Salamanca is on our territory in Ohio. And there was the debate as to whether or not to have not French, Spanish, or Seneca. And they were going to cut Seneca, even though they're in Seneca country within our nation. We're like, how, you want to learn French, you can go to France, right? Like, it's just taken, right? But this is something that we have to, like, have a discussion, a legal fight for, just to speak our language. And so we talk about NAGPRA in the 90s, right? But people will talk about the boarding schools, the residential schools in Canada, as though they were a long time ago. But everybody would remember, or maybe some of you don't remember, when Friends Season 3 came out on DVD. Raise your hands, you remember that? Who watched Friends? Yeah, that was the last time that Canada had residential schools. So you can't say it's a long time ago. When somebody says, well, can't you just go over it? I'm like, well, can't you just get over 9/11? So a lot of times we're not asking for special treatment, we're asking for equal treatment. And so what I'm asking for as TIPO director is to follow the law. It's not based on race, it's not based on this, it's based on treaties. And some of my friends growing up were like, well, you lost the war, we won. I'm like, that's interesting. Germany's lost 2 world wars, but they're still German. They're still Germany. And so I bring that up because where I live in Allegheny, Ohio, no one's given us that land. We've given up parts of land, but we have always owned that land. And so when we say reservations, sometimes I'm like, I think people get the misconception that it was owned by them and they gave it to us. No, we reserved this for ourselves. We've given up pieces. And so when Europeans first came over, yeah, we let you in the front yard, and then we let you in the house, and now somehow or another, we're supposed to be grateful that you let us in the cubby underneath the stairs and try to let us out every once in a while. And then wonder why. I'm not really following my program here, but these are the frustrating things that you happen every day. And every day I see a digital eraser. And so when we talk about this time period, like Missy does, I'm sorry I can't call her by her government name. It's just interesting when I look at the whole history of it. Because not only did we make a treaty, right, and people, the land companies bought the land. So what do you think that money went to? The money went into the banks. And then when the land company wanted to do all these structural things to make the Erie Canal and all that stuff, what do you think they got the money? Oh, I'm on 0 minutes, sorry. What do you think they got the money from? They got the money from us. Because it was our money that was in the banks. Because the United States isn't the United States. It was just, didn't have any money at the time. So Buffalo, Rochester, Philadelphia, all these places are created with native money. So most of your institutions are created with native money. And now to tell us that we owe you something, to me is this insulting. Donnie, huh?
Wado and Yahweh to all of our speakers. I know when I was introduced as an expert moderator, I was like, oh, I'm not supposed to interrupt people. So thank you all for listening. I think we maybe have time for 1 or 2 questions. Do we have any questions from the audience?
Can you explain for a non-native the difference between rematriation and repatriation?
It's just between your dad and your mom. And repatriation is looking at it from a European standpoint and saying the father is the only one that has the authority to have land and property. Where we come from a maternal side, where the women own the land, where the women own the things. Even to this day, in our peacemakers court, even when women didn't have rights outside the territory, right? They had rights within our legal system to keep the houses, to keep the children, and all those things. And so rematriation, and it depends on how you say it too, right? Rematriation is one word as a noun. When I spell rematriation, I'll put a dash in there, so re-matriation, which then turns it into a verb. And our language is more verbal. I should have mentioned that too. When I speak English, it's like watching a 2D movie. When I speak my own native language, it's like watching a 3D movie. And so these people that are supposed to be the experts are all talking in 2D form, while I'm talking in a 3D form.
I will also just pipe in why it was called repatriation in legislation is because at that time Congress was mostly men, right? And the patrimony still is, but we'll go. But patrimony was understood also as cultural property. So they did want to, Suzanne talks about this, Shone Harjo, who's one of the architects of that law, talks about wanting to use rematriation, but they didn't think they could get it passed, so they put the ancestors first. So what people need to understand is that all of this legislation, it is a compromise. It's a compromise. There's nobody giving anybody anything. It's a compromise. So that is largely seen, repatriation is linked to cultural property laws, where rematriation is a return to earth, a return to the mother, of things that weren't supposed to be dug up to begin with.
Time for one more question. I'll ask one of mine. David, I'm interested in if you could speak about the difference between a cultural center versus a museum.
And so, is this on? Can you hear me?
I think so.
So when we were doing the cultural center, we had this discussion between what's a museum, a cultural center, a heritage center. They all have different tweaks on it. The museum was mostly, in my opinion, static, old, and you just looked at the past. Where the cultural center, I looked at it as more as an eco-museum, is the way I considered it. Eco meaning from the Greek word home. So that's why we have economy and all that kind of stuff. But to me, an eco-museum was more in line with us showing people the longhouse. And it matched more of our ideas of what that would mean anyways. And so instead of looking at what my ancestors did or our ancestors did, I was looking at our current community. And so whenever anybody asked about doing research on us, I always ask them, well, how is this benefiting the community? Because in Seneca, we don't really have a word for I. We have me and we. So like when I say eat or neat, it means me or we. So that's why sometimes you can have ongwe, a person, be an individual person, or ongwe is the people. We don't really give a distinction between those two, between the me and the we, like it does in non-native European way of thinking.
Let's thank our speakers. I believe we have a coffee break scheduled. Please feel free to ask the speakers any lingering questions.
Hello? Oh, yes, now it's on. I love listening to all the good conversation that's going on. And we will get started in just a second if people will come back to their tables and their seats. Wow, magic, thank you. I will now hand it over to our next moderator, and
Good morning. Hopefully everyone is pulsating with their second introduction of caffeine to their system. I'm Holly Hughes. I am the Golden Spalding Senior Curator for the collection at the Buffalo AKG Art Museum, and I'm very honored to introduce our panelists today for the second session of this morning, Collection Refinement, Museums, and the D word, deaccessioning. Amanda Massey, Amanda, wave, is Senior Curator for the Bureau of Historic Sites with New York State's Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation. She supports the 37 historic sites which encompass much of the state's history. She has served on the curatorial team for OPRHP for over 15 years, working on exhibition teams, developing furnishing plans, and providing research support for historic sites staff. She received her bachelor's degree in history from Virginia Tech and her master's degree in public history from the University of Albany. Thanks for being here today. Secondly, Natalie DeQuarto is the deaccession curator, formerly, now curator, for the New York State Bureau of Historic Sites within the Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation. She received a master's degree in decorative arts and material culture from Bard Graduate Center after studying anthropology and museum studies at Connecticut College. Natalie previously worked with a variety of art, history, and nature history museums across Connecticut and New York before moving her focus to historic sites. Last but not least, Meg Hughes, no relation, only in spirit, is Acting Director and Deputy Director of Collections at the Valentine, where she leads the museum's collection team and curates its archival holdings. She has an undergraduate degree in history from Princeton University and a master's degree in archives and records management and a certificate in museum studies from the University of Michigan. Following work and internship experiences at Princeton, Yale, and the University of Michigan, Meg joined the Valentine in 2004. Thank you for joining us here today to, I think, have a lovely discussion. Please hold your questions to the end, and I'm sure you will have many. Please help me welcome our panelists.
Shades are coming down. Sorry about this. It's being very fussy.
I feel like I can get started since it's taking a minute. So I have worked for the Bureau of Historic Sites for almost 20 years now. And when I started, we had a number of deaccessioning campaigns. So as I mentioned in the bio, we have 35 to 37, depends on who you talk to, plus 200 parks, and many of our parks do have collections. So we just handle them slightly differently. We try to focus most of our time on our historic sites. And we are sort of the back of house museum services. So if you met Michelle Phillips, she's my colleague, and Karen Russell's one of my park partners. So we work with all of them, and having studied museums or public history, we talked about deaccessioning. We heard all the bad ways people had been deaccessioning. And so I stepped into my role. I was just an associate curator, and I started, but was still facilitating a lot of the discussions and doing curatorial review for deaccessioning, and saw very early how complicated it was with historic sites. So we are not the administrators of our historic sites. They are administered through our park regions, but we provide services for them, but we are the managers of the collection as a whole. So our collection is about 1 million objects, historic objects throughout the state, and about 3 million archaeological objects. Are we getting there? Yeah, wonderful. Okay. So this is just so the People's Island Resource Center, where I'm based out of, where Natalie's based out of, is just north of Albany. We are on an island. It's in the middle where the Hudson and the Mohawk meet. It was an old shirt factory that was made in the 70s into a state-of-the-art facility, and it might have been state-of-the-art in the 1970s, and it's currently possibly getting an upgrade. So we're very excited about the potential to be a more public-facing entity. We are now just offices. You can come visit us if you're interested. Please get in touch with me. We have 7 conservation labs, we have some collection storage, and we have the State Historic Preservation Office as well. So we are in the midst of this learning process, and part of what I inherited is deaccessioning, and I'm just gonna kind of try and give you an idea of how messy it was in the beginning and why. And so it was really interesting thinking about the talk last night and talking about provenance, and I'll be honest, some of our provenance stinks. And that's because we have the first publicly owned historic site in the nation, which is Washington's headquarters. So we have very old institutions, which I think Meg can relate to. The Valentine Museum is also an older collection. And in 1850, they weren't really practicing museum practices. They might have had a logbook, and we did have some of our sites. So we have, these are some of our earlier sites, and also kind of explaining the different kinds of sites we have. So Washington's headquarters is the first publicly owned. It's very much a cabinet of curiosities. So it started as a Revolutionary War collection. They did furnish the house that was there. In 1920, I think they built the museum. And so once they built a museum, then they started becoming just a collector of anything and everything. So we have South Sea Island materials, ethnographic materials, through little pieces of wood from everywhere and you could think of. We also have Senate House State Historic Site, which became a historic site in the 1880s, kind of a similar kind of collection. And then we have family sites. So those sites like John Jay's home, Olana, which is the home of Frederick Church, an artist, and Lorenzo, which is near Syracuse. These are where everything in the house came to us. So we have an enormous collection that we haven't always sorted through completely. And then we have sites like Schuyler Mansion, which became a site very early, but was empty when we got it. So that became almost, if you want to look at what colonial revival was, just study one of these sites. What did we think was important in 1911, 1914 to pull into a house? So, and then again, museum practices were fluid at the time, so sometimes they took stuff from one site and stuck it at another site and changed the number, and do we even have any paperwork? So those are the kinds of things we're dealing with, and I think I try to be generous with my, not every day. If I'm in a good mood, I'm trying to be generous with my predecessors to say they were doing the best they could with what they had. And we are, if nothing, we love a good mystery, and that is what our sites are. So we have wonderful collections. I'm going to show just a couple of our treasures. And I'll be honest, I know we're supposed to treat all of our children like we love them all, but they are different. And I took an amazing training, which I think Michelle helped facilitate, which was value-based decision-making. But the Dutch government came in and gave us a training, and it helped us realize, like, we do have things that are treasures. This dress is in the Darn Martin House collection. It was on display last year at one of their, and it was Mrs. Martin's. And this is Petra, which is one of Frederick Church's masterpieces and is in the house, and it makes me think of Indiana Jones. So I love it, but we also have many other treasures. And then we have not so treasures, and there's lots of reasons these aren't treasures, and then I'll get into some of our deaccessioning qualifications of why they aren't. But they're really good examples of a lot of deferred decision making, which is really just what we inherited. So we have things that were never accessioned because no one could decide if they needed to be accessioned, or no one took the time to accession them. We also have things that we have so many of them, we don't really need them. And then we have things that were never meant to be accessioned. They are probably reproduction supplies, but they went into a box. And for, I don't know, Natalie can tell you, for many, many years, no one decided to make any decision about them. So we had some barriers to deaccessioning that I witnessed while I've been working at People's Island. Here's just a few of them. So we had to modify legislation. We are a state entity. We have very specific deaccessioning law that we have to abide by. So it will probably be similar to what a private not-for-profit would do, but with a slightly different order, and it's many layers. So we can't just throw anything out, don't worry. And we are constantly in the process of trying to bring in all our partners, because our partners are not just us at People's Island making decisions. We have many units at People's Island that are part of the process. We also have to work with our site staff, and we have to work with regional staff, and we have to work with executive staff. So there are many layers before something leaves our collection, and that's the kind of thing that we have to educate our sites with, and a lot of what Natalie's done in her position. So we did have to change the legislation to help us deal with unclaimed property and those sorts of things, so that we didn't have as many layers to deal with. Like, we'd have things that just we have no paperwork for 30 years. So that was one of the pieces. Also, to be really clear about what could be deaccessioned. What is the qualification to meet deaccessioning? We found, as we started digging into things, many things have been deaccessioned 3 times, but we're never left the premises. So I think that extra layer of what are we going to do with it, anybody can relate. Anyway, that's more deferred decision making, really. But that's also because of, like, anyway, this could just be a lecture on bureaucracy and why it's complicated to work for state government, because we have to get rid of things in a certain way as well. So as I said, lots of deferred decision making. Also, the major barrier that so I did sign off on deaccessioning things. I felt pressure from management at times to deaccession things that I didn't think we should. Thankfully, when my boss came into his position, he and I both were able to put our foot down and say, we don't feel comfortable deaccessioning. I can't say this is the worst example of X chair because I can't look at my collection. So our collection was in 50 different access databases. When I started, it started as a DOS database. It became a bunch of access databases. So we couldn't look at our collection as a whole. So just technologically, we were, and since our stuff is at our sites, I did not have the time to go to 50 places and look at all the stuff. So some of that, we were able to put a moratorium on deaccessioning until we got our database, which we got 5 years ago. We are working on cleaning up data, and we just launched, this is like a plug, we just launched our public-facing database the beginning of the year, our e-museum page. So we use the TMS, the museum system, which is a gallery systems product, and so now to kind of kick off our deaccessioning campaign, with some of those barriers gone, we were able to find funding to fund Natalie's position, which was a deaccession curator position. We've recently been able to put her onto a state line item, which is amazing. We have not had 4 curators since, I think, 1980 or something like that. So for 35 sites and 50 plus collections, we've had often 2 curators, sometimes 1. So our process was so time consuming, we were able to bring in someone to devote all her time to that. And kind of my last slide was just to talk about to think about how we changed our collecting and all the processes we started to try and empower our sites to be part of this deaccessioning. So what we found, especially in some of these in some of our sites that have really old collections, our site staff are still like, but everything's a treasure. I love it all. Everything's going to tell me something about my site. And I was like, I assure you, that basket that you know nothing about is not really telling you anything. So bringing them along. So one of the things we've done is most of our collections policies are from the 1980s, and the 80s were amazing. I came out of them, but we think about our collections really differently. So museum practice has changed. Also, one of our initiatives at Parks, which is related, is our whole history campaign. This started even before it had a name, which was to include everyone that was present at a site in our interpretation of the site. So they were doing that somewhat, but then it became an initiative that we've also been editing our collections policies to include the enslaved in the home, the people who worked in the home, maybe the people who traded. A lot of our sites have originally had a lot of land. So they also include, say, tenant farmers. We definitely would include indigenous stories if we know them. That is sometimes part of the collections policy, but also tracking down who we need to consult with. But part of our oral history approach has also been with our exhibitions. We are consulting with Native communities. That's a whole unrelated topic, but I appreciate the previous presenters so much and has me thinking so deeply, and I have a million questions. But so I think part of the collections policies are also that value-based decision-making, saying you have the right to say that I need to keep things that have significant value. And Meg was actually a wonderful resource for us, and then what they did at the Valentine Museum. She's not covering that as much, just she let me focus on that decision-making more piece of it, but we also were able to edit our policies to say we want significant pieces in our collection. So even just adding that word gives us the right to make a decision about what is significant towards our interpretive stories. And the other piece is that our collecting, we're not the New York State Museum. We don't collect everything for all of New York State. Our responsibility is to our historic sites and the stories that they specifically tell. So we do have a very specific goal, a very specific interpretive stories to help our sites refine. And so that's been a really interesting process and slow but steady towards creating policies that will also reinforce our deaccessioning goals. So we have this position now. And I think that was really fast, but that was our process. And I honestly want to leave lots of time for discussion because I think lots of museums are thinking about this. And so I think I'm done. I'll hand it off to Natalie, if that's all right.
I'll start a little bit as well in advance of things. I also wanted to time myself so I know if I'm speaking really quickly.
PowerPoint crashed. Give me 1 second. Thank you, Microsoft.
Well, there was this position available. Yeah, so deaccession curator is not a position you hear about very often. Can you all hear me okay? Thank you. So when I interviewed for the position, when I applied for it, it did seem like a very intimidating thing because you don't hear about deaccessioning in a very positive light very often. So when I took the position on, I was really interested in seeing the positives to it, which there are many of. So I am about 2 years into this position now. And so I have really in this early period focused on establishing our processes, our priorities, and really just talking about deaccessioning openly, which so many places have not done in a long time, if not ever. So in the spirit of that, for this presentation, I wanted to focus on what I think is often the most difficult part of deaccessioning. And so that happens after all of the paperwork is complete, after everyone has agreed that this object does not belong in the collection, and that's what happens next, disposal. So I don't know if any other institutions have this experience, but I've seen it multiple times where there's this pile or there's a corner of the collections where things maybe were deaccessioned, but then nobody was ever able to find that next step, the path forward for the object. And so it's really unfortunate because then those things really are just sitting there for so long and nobody can make use of them. And so I have definitely put a lot of effort into figuring out the best ways to manage that. But at the same time, I wanted to be open about the fact that this is a major challenge and that I don't think there's no one way to make it easier. So I hope that maybe at the end of this, we can all come together in a little bit of discussion about that. So I also wanted to start off, I have a slide that talks about our deaccession process. And so what we do, we have a deaccession committee that's devoted to making these decisions. So as the curator in charge of that, I would bring candidates to be discussed. We would see if it makes sense to deaccession it for various reasons, whether that's condition, whether that's redundancy, or whether that's because it just doesn't fit the mission or the priority of the site. So those are our three main rationales. And so once that is complete and we have went through that initial process, it's brought to our collections committee, which I'm sure many of you have. And so they do the formal voting. And so once the collections committee has approved it, then we have to get a whole page full of signatures for every object. So this process alone takes several months. It takes at least 16 people to sign off on this, to agree that deaccessioning is in the best interest of it. So it is an extensive process, and it's not rushed. And that's a good thing, because in the future, if it ever comes into question, why did you choose to deaccession this, there's a really solid rationale. We have put a lot of thought into this. We've put as much research as we can into this. And so this decision was not easily made. We didn't just one day say, I don't want this anymore, let's throw it in the trash. So one of the other things that is part of that process is that we have a deaccession application. So that's a centralized single way to keep track of all of this information. So we have all of the information about the object, we have all of the information about the decision-making processes that we went through. We have all of those signatures in one place. We also have our conservators do reviews of things so we know what the condition of the object is. And so that helps keep track of everything, and that also helps communicate later. So once, again, that whole process is complete, then it becomes that next step of what do we do with it? And so we actually have a few levels of our next options. And we also have an order of preference. So the best thing, the best outcome when you deaccession something is that you give it to someone else who has a better use for it. That is the goal. And whenever we can do that, it's really an amazing experience. And we would much rather see things go to someone who can use them than for them to be sitting on a shelf unused for 50 years. And so that is a difficult process in itself sometimes because it's not always clear who would be interested in the object. And so when something has a specific provenance, it's great to be able to reach out to someone associated with that, whether it's a community member, a family member, something like that. But that's not always possible. A lot of the things that we've deaccessioned, unfortunately, we don't know where they came from. We don't know who they're associated with. So once we have decided that we can't find someone specifically to take it, then the next step is to let something go through auction. And so maybe other places have experience with this in that our standard calls for very specifically public auction through the Office of General Services. So they are a branch of the government that will sell things much like an eBay situation, where it's like an online platform that actually very few people know about. So it's called govdeals.com if you want to go see. Yeah. Yeah, please look. Oh, look, it's my presentation.
Thank you, Natalie.
Oh, I'm not done. Yeah, so this is the process I mentioned. So those are our 3 rationale, and that's a flow chart that I made just showing the complexity of the process and how many people it has to go through. And so then after that, this is my transparency of saying, in the course of the time I've been there, we have deaccessioned 1,800 things, but only 800 of them have actually left. So that's not because I'm not working hard at it, it's because it's a very slow process and that we're being very deliberate about where things go, and we're trying to make sure that things go to the best possible place. So I talked about transfers, I talked about sale, and then the last thing that's not ideal but is sometimes necessary is witness destruction. So that's when something's in poor condition and there is no real path forward besides destruction. So also just tracking, I also have a deaccession register, so I really try to keep as much information about these things in as many different places as possible. So in the future, if there's ever a question, we have a lot of information available. And so here is a little bit more about witness destruction. So we have a lot of standards to make sure this isn't undertaken quickly or without thought. Here you can see Amanda and 2 site staff members throwing out this had powder post beetles in it, so it was a hazard, so it couldn't really go to any other collection or anybody else. So this requires 2 employees. The justification and information about the object must be kept and also formally notarized. So we're really making sure that this is undertaken only with a lot of care. And so as you can see, those are from our regulations, and this should only be undertaken when something is so deteriorated that nobody else wants it, or it cannot be sold, or it would be dangerous to do so. And so the challenges of this is, how do you make that decision of what's beyond usefulness? How much effort should be put into saving things? If we have 20 spinning wheels that all have mold on them, do we have an obligation to clean off the mold on all of those and then try to sell them publicly? Or is that an issue because then we're giving out things that had mold on them at some point? So there's a lot of questions there. And then also, how do you destroy something when it is, for one thing, oversized? We have carriages that again have that powder post beetle issue. And so these are very large objects that you can't just throw in the trash. And also, hazards need to be disposed of in different ways. So there's things like mirrors with mercury in them that it takes environmental remediation, because we also don't want to endanger the environment by disposing of these things. And so sale, I mentioned govdeals.com, there it is, take a look. So this is not a quick process either. OGS deals with surplus from all sorts of agencies. They're not just selling things from us. So that also is a very long process for us. But by auctioning things off publicly, we're trying to make it accessible to all. And then transfer. So our process of transfer is that we have an obligation to offer deaccession things to other state agencies that collect. So that can be the New York State Museum, the New York State Library, and the New York State Military Museum. So we have to offer them things, even if it's something like a carriage to the New York State Library, we still have to offer that. And so sometimes things do find a new home within the state, but if not, then they can be given to a public corporation or a not-for-profit corporation, so a nonprofit. And so that is always the best outcome, but it also has its challenges. So things like transportation. How do you get things to their new home? Do you go drive it off to the new home? That's fun, but then when you're deaccessioning a lot of things, half your time is then spent on the road, and then you're not progressing future cases. How are you getting it there? This picture here is a very large barn loom that we had, and so it had to be deconstructed before it could be brought to a new home. But luckily, we were giving it to the Schenectady County Historical Society, and they had experience with this, so they were able to reconstruct it at Maybe Farm, where it was going. Also, communication. People can't always get back to you in a timely manner, so sometimes these things take a very long time. We have interest in a collection of 1,000 architectural samples that has unfortunately been in flux for over a year now, because we just can't, because communication is a long process, and sometimes it's not easy on either side. But the great thing about it is that you are creating new contacts with people, and you're really creating new relationships. So that's the opportunities. So sometimes you're able to give someone something that truly belongs with them, which, again, I said is our goal. Here is a picture of where we found these silhouettes in our storage that had no clear use for the site that they were at. But we found out they were made by this woman named Alice Desmond Curtis. And she actually, her house had become a community center, and they had nothing from her. So we were able to give them these silhouettes back, and they became their treasured possessions. They're in the process of putting them over the mantle. And for us, they had just been sitting in our storage for years, just completely disconnected from this history. So in order to do this, I've been reaching out to a lot of people across New York and building this sort of mailing list so that I could communicate with people about all of these collections, and making sure that a lot of people are in the loop about what we are deaccessioning, so that even if there's not that clear connection, people can still hear about things and take them if they'd like. And so, of course, that especially benefits smaller institutions and people who might not have large collections of their own. And that's all. I will now pass it on to Meg.
If you want to be added to Natalie's list, contact her, please.
I want all of you.
Everybody please cross your fingers for Kelly up there.
I will take this moment while we're waiting to thank New York State. We often actually cannot live stream these things, and you can see why we don't generally have the capacity to do that. So we do really appreciate New York State stepping in and making this more available. So if you did, if you do find any of these actually compelling, you will be able to share them from our YouTube channel with some of your other colleagues who maybe couldn't make it.
All right. Looks like the slides are working, so I'm going to get started. My name is Meg Hughes. I represent the Valentine, which you may not have heard of before. We are a history museum in Richmond, Virginia, and I love talking about deaccessioning, and talking about it is really important because it normalizes to the general public this practice. And so thank you to Amanda and Natalie talking about sort of the why and the how. I'm going to cover how do we talk about this to the public, because it's something I've presented on our deaccessioning project that you'll hear a little bit about, presented a lot, and everyone always asks, how do I talk with my board? How do I talk with my donors about this and get people on board and okay with it? So I'm going to introduce you to the Valentine, what our project is and was and is, because it's not done yet, then spend some time talking about communications in the deaccessioning context, and then what sort of progress we've made. So we call our project the Collection Refinement Initiative, and it has been going on for about 6 years, and it has been part of a larger capital project that was to renovate our collection storage and access spaces. And so you kind of need that larger context to understand how we went about it. So what is the Valentine? We opened in 1898. The Valentine comes from the name of the family that founded the museum, the Valentine family. It has nothing to do with Valentine's Day. We are Richmond Region's History Museum. And so we recently celebrated our 125th anniversary, so we have been collecting for a very, very, very long time. We are a private institution located in downtown Richmond. We operate a campus that has exhibition galleries. We have a historic home and a sculpture studio. And for over 125 years, we've been collecting, and not always with discipline, not always with criteria, and we've had a shifting mission over time that directed our collecting. And so when we embarked on this project and decided that we needed to take a look at our collection itself, we realized that we needed to take a look at our institutional history to understand how our collection grew. So again, we opened in 1898. At that time, we were the only museum in Richmond. So we were sort of that classic encyclopedic museum. We had a little bit of everything. And that was the case for the first couple decades of our operations. In the 1920s and 30s, we really started to professionalize for the first time. We moved out of our historic home, which was the first home of the museum, into some adjacent row houses and began to interpret that home as a historic house for the first time. And in the 40s and 50s, that's when we really started to narrow our mission. So in the mid-1930s, the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts was established. And so all of a sudden, we didn't have to collect all the art that we could find. And so we started to narrow our mission to more of a history museum and then more of a Richmond history museum. And we were actually quite disciplined during those couple of eras. And then it all went out the window in the 1960s. We kind of went wild. And we really became, because there was no children's museum in Richmond, there was no science museum, we became a museum that was focusing on general children's programming for a number of decades. And in order to do that programming, we did massive collecting to establish handling collections. By the 1980s, we kind of refocused because we had a science museum, we had a children's museum, and we got back to that local history focus, but we had these legacy collections that were sitting in hundreds of boxes in storage. By the 80s and 90s, again, we started to refocus on local history, but we also started to collect big stuff. We had a second campus called Valentine Riverside that focused on the industrial history of Richmond that was about a mile away from our main campus, opened in the mid-90s, complete failure. We were open for about a year and a half, and it closed, and then we were left with giant industrial objects scattered in warehouses across town. So by the new millennium, we really were in a state where we had to retrench both financially and kind of looking at our mission to refocus and go, okay, how are we gonna move forward? And so a lot of that had to do with getting a handle on our collection. And so we began a collection review, and that went on for a number of years. We kind of had an earlier collections management initiative that really dealt with those big industrial objects. But by the time that we got to about the 2000 teens, we started to focus on our main campus and began planning for this renovation of our collection storage spaces. And that's kind of where the collection refinement initiative was born. And so as we were beginning to look at storage, we realized that compact storage, which we didn't have previously, was not going to save the day for us. It was going to increase efficiency, yes, but without looking at what we were trying to store, we were not going to solve our problem. And so what this chart is the result of a volumetric study that a consultant named Wendy Jessup did for us that looked at every drawer, every shelf, every nook and cranny, because of course we were storing things in places that weren't actually storage, and things were crammed in together. What she did was calculate how much space our existing collection, was currently taking up, and then she extrapolated and sort of decompressed it to see how big it actually was if we were to store it correctly. And so she did lots of tabulations, and the end result was this chart. And so we have 3 main collecting areas: archives, costume and textiles, and then general collections, sort of general objects. So we would need to properly store the existing collection a little over 25,000 square feet, or over 300,000 cubic feet of space. Those numbers don't mean a whole lot to me, so we did a massing illustration. So this is an aerial view of our campus. The blue was the storage space that we needed, and the yellow was the corresponding support spaces, staff offices, that sort of thing. And it was bigger than our campus. So we realized that we had a problem. And so that is where we decided that we were going to undertake the most aggressive deaccessioning effort in our history. And that's a whole nother story that I'm not going to get into, but now I'm going to shift over into sort of how we communicated this project to our audiences. So I think one thing that we found was really important was to understand that the public's idea of what our collection, the state of our collection was, very much differed from reality. So in talking with our members and our donors and our supporters, most people don't expect that everything is on exhibit, but there's still a certain percentage of visitors who think that most of your collection is exhibited and have no idea that it's 0.0001% of your collection. Everything else is in storage. They have no idea. They assume that everything is stored properly, that everything has a known and significant provenance, everything is cataloged and photographed, and everything is searchable online. And of course, we know that none of these things are true. And so we do a lot of communication with people, or have in the past. We took a lot of people behind the scenes. You know, when we have donors, that we'd had lots and lots of behind the scenes tours of storage so that they could see, and this is what our storage used to look like. It was static shelving, it was open shelving. Most things were in our database, but they didn't necessarily have really good quality cataloging. Not everything was photographed, and certainly the vast majority of things were not available online. So sort of setting reality was really important for people to understand why we would need to deaccession so much of our collection. So how do we talk about deaccessioning? These are some sort of talking points that we've developed. First is to assume that any familiarity at all that most people have is going to be reading news about controversial deaccessioning practices. And I always use the example when talking with people of, you probably don't know much about deaccessioning, but you may have read about a university art museum that is deaccessioning a beloved painting that generations of students have seen and love, and they're selling it and using the proceeds to keep the lights on. You know, and that's not what we're doing. But I put that story out there so that I can share that I understand probably that that's going to be the amount of familiarity that you have. So deaccessioning is a healthy, ethical, necessary museum activity. If your institution allows it, I know that not all institutions allow it, or private museums, so we do have more flexibility there. Deaccessioning creates space, both physical and intellectual, in your collection for objects and stories not currently represented. So it allows you to continue your collecting moving forward. Disposal of objects via sale creates resources to invest back into your collection, and that can be purchases, conservation, preservation, improved storage. And this is where when we were talking, because this was within a larger capital project again, we were talking with donors, hoping that they were going to, support our capital project. And basically, kind of what I would say is, so if you want to contribute $100,000 to our campaign, we can either use that money to buy very expensive shelving for objects that may not ever see the light of day, that may not even have been used in Richmond, or we can use those funds to pay special project staff. We did do this project with project staff. I don't want you to think that we did all of this with our existing curatorial staff, but we can hire special staff to inventory and make decisions and carry through disposal to create a more mission-focused, tighter, cleaner collection. And it generally was obvious to donors what was the better use of their funds. We want to make sure that we're using your support in the most effective way. And I will say also, when we started this project, it was right at the beginning of COVID, and everyone was kind of at home, going through their closets, trying to get rid of stuff. KonMari was really popular at the time, so we talked about, you know, we aren't looking for the spark of joy in objects. We're looking for Richmond, really great Richmond stories, but like people got it because they were going through their own closets. We just have a lot of paperwork and a lot of signatures and approvals that slows it down a little bit. But these are some of the talking points that we use to talk about our refinement. Who do we talk with? Certainly our staff. We talk with our board of trustees. And when we started this project, what we accidentally did was really go through a strategic planning process for the future of the collection itself. And I say accidentally because I didn't realize until we finished the process that that's what we had done. I would highly recommend doing something like that a little bit more deliberately than we did because we stumbled into it, but to really treat the purpose of your, sort of redefining the purpose of your collection as a separate strategic plan, I think it was very helpful, certainly with staff and board together, working to have a vision that is in line. It's part of our, you know, as we have staff and trustees come in, it is part of the orientation that everybody gets. And so it's just sort of what we do, and it makes sense to people, and you know, we kind of got through the hard part of deciding what the parameters were going to be, but as new people come into the community, they get that orientation, and it just becomes sort of the way that we operate. We talk with our major supporters, and those are both object donors and monetary donors. Our major community partners, we talked with the media, and I'll get into that in a little bit. Basically, everybody hears about our deaccessioning, is probably sick of it at this point, but it's really important to make sure that people understand that we are not trying to do this behind closed doors. And the more that you discuss the rationale and the process of deaccessioning, the more normal it feels, and you become confident about it, and then people kind of receive that confidence and feel okay about it. It really does work, I promise. We share that online. So within the collections section of our website, we talk about our refinement initiative. So not necessarily with pages of content, but we do have a section where we specifically talk about our deaccessioning. As part of our strategic planning process for the collection's future, we developed a collection philosophy. You can access that. We're not hiding anything. I have never had anyone email me, frankly, off of this, but it's out there. We're not trying to hide it. Similarly, we talk about how we are growing our collection. We have our specific collecting criteria on there. I think it helps kind of vet requests that come through. Hopefully, if people come across this, they'll see that, you know, oh, I've got something from Lynchburg, Virginia, which is in the western part of the state. I'm not going to contact the Valentine because these are the specific, these are mainly the counties in the larger region and then the city of Richmond that are our geographic boundaries. And I will say that while for many decades we had called ourselves a regional museum, until we went through the strategic planning process, we had actually never defined what we meant by the Richmond region, which seems crazy. But there are different definitions of the Richmond region. There's a very large, expansive one that different organizations use. There's one that is quite small. We decided to go with one that was kind of in the middle, that our Planning Commission uses, that our Chamber of Commerce uses, and felt logical to us. But one of the more beneficial things that came out of that process was defining the specific counties that we considered part of the Richmond region. Now, we talked with the media, and with this project, we wanted to make sure that we were very proactive talking with media. We did not want to be reacting to a story that may come out about something that we were doing in this process. So we have already really good relationships with our local journalists, and so we worked on 2 different stories with Richmond Magazine, which is one of the major regional magazines, to do both a story about deaccessioning, you can see here, called Storied Objects, as well as a title claim process. So the deaccessioning article was interesting because it came out in the spring of 2020. So that was early COVID. Everyone was at home, and we figured that either everyone was going to read the story because they were stuck at home and bored, or no one was going to read the story because they were afraid the world was going to end. And so I was working on site because we needed to check the building, and so I was waiting for phone calls to start coming in that month that the article came out, and I got 5 phone calls total from people who read the story. None of those phone calls related to the general idea of deaccessioning. They were all people who had personally or whose family had donated objects to our collection, and they just wanted to know if we had decided if they were going to be kept or not. That was it. So there was not a huge public outcry by any stretch. The other article that we did actually predated the deaccessioning article, but this was about claiming title to objects. So like most museums, we have objects that are found in collection or abandoned loans, and I know that every state has its different process for claiming title to those objects. In Virginia, you have to have documentation that you have been in possession of the object for 5 years, then you have to do a public notice with your intent to claim title, you have to wait for a period of time, and then you have to do advertising again saying we now claim title to these objects. And while Virginia's General Assembly had created this framework about 15 years ago, we really weren't aware of any museums that were actually following through on it. And so we thought we'd be one of the first because we had thousands and thousands of FIC objects in our collection. And again, hoping that a journalist was not going to see one of our title claim ads and then go, what is this? And make us be on sort of the defensive. We worked with a journalist to do a story about this whole idea of claiming title, because of course the general public generally has not heard of that before. No phone calls about the article at all. So we get all the information out there. As far as disposal, we transfer objects, very similar to what Natalie said. We transfer objects, we sell objects that have a value but really shouldn't be in a collection moving forward, and we do witness destruction, and we have a couple of other disposition methods as well. We made the decision as we were beginning this project to add language that shared the provenance of objects that were being sold at auction. So you can see, I don't know if you can read it at the bottom there, it's boilerplate. It says deaccession by the Valentine Museum to benefit collections care, preservation, and future acquisitions. Every single auction lot that comes from our collection has that boilerplate on it. And so we, in doing research, realized that the museum community in general was moving away from secrecy and more towards transparency and what was happening with their collection objects. So we decided that was the right thing for us to do. It helps our staff and our board members from accidentally buying things because sometimes in one discrete auction, we may have 200 lots of items, and so we can stay away from those. Now, it does mean that sometimes we'll get calls as auctions are coming up from people who want information about those objects. And so we have to say, I'm sorry, we cannot share any additional information about these objects. If you end up purchasing the object and want to call us afterwards, we are happy to share what we have, but in most cases, there's a reason that these objects have been deaccessioned. It's because there isn't additional information. There have been a couple cases where there was additional information. We decided that it was worth sharing, but we work with the auction house to update the auction listing so that everybody gets that information. So you do have to kind of consider whether you think that you're going to be, how you're going to react to having your name on those auction lots. For us, it has been very positive. Also related to object disposition, when we have an institutional transfer, sometimes other museums will say, is it okay if we share this on social media or do a press release? And we always want to share, because if there's something that should be in a museum collection, just not ours, we want to share the news that we are having that object go into a more appropriate institution. Probably the biggest or the most significant relationship that we've developed has been with LSU. So our costume and textile collection is very large, and while a significant portion of it does have Richmond or Virginia provenance, for a while it sort of developed as a more general fashion history collection. So we have hundreds of garments that have fashion history significance, but no Richmond provenance. And rather than sell those items, we, for a couple of years, looked to find an institution that had a more general fashion history collection that was interested in working with us to grow that collection. It happened that LSU was building their study collection. They had a new facility with new storage and exhibition spaces, and so it was really sort of a perfect relationship. And so we have established with them the Valentine Costume and Textile Collection at LSU, and have hundreds of items that have been transferred. So this is from their website. So again, we're not hiding anything, and actually we want to share with the public that we have this relationship, and that these objects, many of which never were on view, in our galleries, are being incorporated into LSU's exhibitions now. Now, I would say, as far as contacting donors and families of donors, I would tread very carefully here regarding communications with them, because it really can be a Pandora's box if you decide that you are going to, and certainly return to donor is an approved disposition method for our institution. And there are certain cases where we have decided that that was the most appropriate path to go. But in most cases, that was not the selected disposition method. And if you start to contact donors, and particularly families of donors, because many of our donors passed away decades ago, then you start to, give the impression that, that they have a say in the future life of these objects, even though it was a legal transfer of title. And if you're starting to deal with descendants, who has rights to the estates of the original? It just can kind of become sort of a huge mess. So I'm not saying that you shouldn't. You need to look at what is best for your institution, and I would just really carefully decide if you are going to be contacting donors or descendants of donors as you're doing deaccessioning. So now we're getting to kind of, what's been the result of 6 years of massive deaccessioning. So we really started this process in 2019. That's when we did that strategic plan. Early 2020, we began to inventory and evaluate the collection after having hired special project staff. 2 years later, in 2022, we had to pause the refinement because our renovation was about ready to start, so we had to pack up the collection and move it off-site. And then during construction, we sort of modified our inventory and evaluation processes, but we kept deaccessioning the entire time. By the end of 2023, we completed construction and began repopulation. So now we had both repopulation planning or implementation and deaccessioning happening at the same time. 2024 to 25, continued refinement and repopulation, and our sort of deadline to complete refinement will be this summer. We are not going to be done, but that will be the deadline for our last remaining special project positions to end, and then our curatorial staff will have to manage the last little pockets of refinement, you know, with our, what was the normal size of our team prior to that. Results. So since 2019, we have deaccessioned 57,000 objects. We have transferred materials to over 100 institutions across 20 states. And then for those of you who like photos, so this was collection storage before refinement, during, and then afterwards in our new collection storage spaces. Here as well, this is our painting collection, and I think the biggest thing, and it's kind of hard to see sometimes through these photos, is that we went from completely packed painting racks to racks that are empty, which means that we have room to grow for years and years and years. And then this is our costume and textile collection. We used to have dry cleaning racks, literally, that would kind of whip around. It was lovely. During, you can see we deaccessioned enough to be able to remove some of those dry cleaning racks, and now we have more appropriate cabinets. And then this is, ultimately, you know, we can have the tightest, well cared for, stored collection in gorgeous storage, but if it sits there unused, what's the purpose? So collection access was a really important part of this process. Before, our reading room was 2 oversized tables in our archives, and now for the very first time, we have a dedicated reading room that is much better for our researchers and for our collection. So that was it. I guess we can open up to questions for all the panelists.
I'd just like to make a really quick suggestion. The Valentine Museum did deaccession to us something to Olana State Historic Site, and then we were able to deaccession something back to them. So that started this relationship and a lot of these discussions.
Great. Thank you so much for those great presentations. We're definitely going to open it up to everyone to ask some questions, but I wanted to start out with one question, which is something that I've been thinking about, and certainly, you know, this is for everyone, but during your presentation, Meg, is, you know, we have all these conversations. We talk to donors, members, funders, general public, all these things about deaccessioning, and it was interesting to hear about the Valentine's plan for transparency. One thing I think in knowing that every museum, cultural organization is in this different area when it comes to deaccessioning. Some don't do it at all. Some are very open and transparent, like the park system and, of course, the Valentine. I think my question is, for everybody, how have you managed different comfort levels around deaccessioning within your own institutions? Because, you know, love starts at home, right? You gotta make sure everybody's on board, and I think that this is such a prickly topic for a reason. So I'd love to hear your experiences with that.
I can start. We have found that particular object types seem to hold more emotion than others, and so I don't have people on, as we were going through the approval process, archival materials had fewer discussions about should we do this or not, versus our costume and textile collection. People had a much harder time making a decision about a dress than a piece of furniture or a postcard. And so some of it's anticipating where there may be sort of more emotion embedded in the objects, and we found that it tended to be more with that particular collecting area. I think it was a process of getting our staff and our board more comfortable with the idea, but some of the strategies that our curators have used have been, one, to try to really rationalize the evaluation system by creating grading. And actually we have two different grading systems. Our costume and textile curator developed a system where we have R pluses, R for Richmond, which are like the best of the best. These are things that are exactly the type of object that we would want to keep. And then it becomes an R and an R minus. And so you can see that there is, and they have specific criteria for that particular collection, like, do we have a known wearer of the garment? That is really important for that type of collection, and that wouldn't be appropriate for general objects. They actually developed, the curator developed it's sort of more of a traditional A through F sort of grading system based on the specifics there. But trying to rationalize the evaluation makes it seem like you're not playing favorites. Now, not to say that we're only selecting R pluses. Sometimes it's R's or R minuses, depending on the situation. But that really helps, I think. The other thing is to get away from the impulse to try to collect types. So in our particular situation, we're a history museum that's bound by a geographic area. So let's say we have 6 pianos in the collection, and none of them really has Richmond provenance or strong Richmond provenance. Do we hold on to one piano just to have an example of a piano? And that's where sometimes we would get second guessed by our director or different steps along the way, and saying we're not a piano museum. We only need a piano if it has a Richmond story, helps get away from keeping objects just because they're represented. Like I think, a cardigan. Do we need to have a cardigan in the collection because you have to have one in a costume collection? Not really if it has nothing to do with Richmond. So that's some of the psychology that we use.
Great, thank you so much. Natalie, Amanda, anything to add?
I completely agree with all of that, and I think that something else is that the rationale for why we're deaccessioning something is important there, in that we tried to start out by tackling the more obvious candidates first, so things that are in really poor condition, things that are really oversized and have no connection. Because since we're dealing with a lot of different sites that all have different purposes, it's hard to say that we have no use ever for anything like this. Not a lot of things fall completely outside of all of those collections policies. So if you have something that's hazardous, if you have something that just has no real connection, it's a little easier to sell that. And so then by tackling those first, I think we've been kind of building trust with all of the people in our organization, and saying that we're doing things with care and we're really putting a lot of thought into this. And so then if things aren't approved for whatever reason, it's easy to kind of move past that and say maybe we'll circle back to that one day because we have a lot of other material to cover.
Yeah, and Natalie did a great job when she started in her position, defining her role, defining, reading our law, which is a little complicated, and then putting out materials for our historic sites, because again, we have so many partners, hundreds of people we have to convince. And then we also worked with institutions like the Valentine, and Meg became our sensei, and she she helped us with things like we worked with our site, one site that is one of our older sites, and had a lot of resistance because they're saying, we became sort of this local museum, and so we're very resistant to just get rid of stuff. We also have this weird thing, and I don't know if it's, we're the government, and not everyone trusts the government, and because of people not understanding museums, we have museums, some of our historic sites that have in their original collecting, they said nothing can ever be removed from this museum. Well, we all know that's really impractical because there's nowhere to store things. So things were brought to collection storage facilities, and the public perception, because we're not always great with our public persona, was that the state came and stole our stuff. And so we're working against many decades of kind of poor public perception. And so our site staff, who are the people who actually have to face the public and explain, are really nervous about that. Though I think most of the time, they would probably have what Meg had, like, you're gonna get 1 or 2 calls. And if we prepare you with the language, you'll understand how to interact with them. So she did a great job. We did a few, webinars and stuff like that, and she's gone out and visited lots of our sites. So kind of our next phase, which is not part of the question, but is because Natalie's moving into a more traditional curatorial role, part of her job will still be deaccessioning, but to empower our sites, because they really are the experts on their own collection and their own stories. So, but we have to help them see our vision and that we all have the same vision forward. So that's part of what we're doing.
And also, just to clarify that a little, I think that the confusion is when things go from a site to People's Island.
Yes, sorry.
So that can be confusing for people who donated a chair to Washington's headquarters, and then it ends up at People's Island, and that can be confusing because it seems like we're just moving things around.
Right, nothing left the collection, but as we know, not everything can be on display. So we try to display what is best or has the best stories to tell, and we don't rotate our exhibits very frequently because we have to move through 35 of them to update them. So, so yeah, I think a lot of it is working on public perception.
Thanks. Does anybody have a question? Yes.
Thank you for this what an amazing presentation from all of you. I did have a question when you talk about the rationale, and you all have very sophisticated ways of thinking about context and condition and all those kinds of things, but what tripped me up just a little bit was significance and value, and who gets to decide what is significant and value, and is there a diversity on your committees that are making these decisions? Because who gets to decide is hugely important 20 years from now when we realize we've given away, items that are valuable. So just how are you treating that?
That's a great question, and I think that I will admit our staff is not very diverse, but we have started working with more and more partners over the years, so I think we're learning and the redefining of our collections policies is trying to be more inclusive. So in the same way that we're refining, it's usually refining in a very specific way, but we will probably make mistakes. I look back on things people have done 20 years ago, and thankfully they didn't leave the building. Like, we've had things that were deaccessioned and said we're not getting rid of that. So because our process is really slow, that has allowed us to catch some things on occasion. We have not, at this phase, brought in consultants for those specific documents, but we are bringing in consultants for a lot of our master planning, and so I think that that's where we're bringing more voices in, and we're learning, and so I think there's opportunity for that. I'm hoping we're being pretty cautious, but considering we've only hit like 1,800 objects, but it's true that we could improve on that.
Meg, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I think certainly it is going to be a judgment call every single time, but a lot of time, sort of our biggest category, I think, for deaccessioning is something that is duplicative. And that doesn't I think in the archival world, it's easier to have exact duplicates. You have 3 postcards that are exactly the same, and one has a message on it, one doesn't, so you keep the one with the message that was actually used, and that is much more clear cut. We've become a bit more expansive in how we look at duplication in terms of more subject matter and institutions. How many objects do we need to document a particular family? Because certainly there are prominent Richmond families that are way overrepresented in our collection? Do we need 500 objects related to this one family? So what we do is we end up looking at, okay, everything related to this family, what are the couple of objects that have those known stories that could represent that family moving forward, not just the objects that pass through the family. And I will say the Valentine family was our most represented family. And as we were developing as we were going through our strategic plan for the collection, there were a couple in our collection philosophy, we were very honest with the fact that we had people and events and eras that were overrepresented in our collection to the detriment of other areas. We needed to make space for those. And we actually had language that specifically allowed the museum staff to deaccession Valentine family objects. It used to be if a family member breathes on something, we couldn't touch it because it was Valentine. What we got the buy-in for was we need to treat that family as we treat other Richmond families. Now, certainly there's some sort of early museum era, history that we want to make sure continues to be represented, but we weren't going to continue to overrepresent that family sort of indefinitely in the collection. And so when we look at duplication, that is where we found that there was a lot of opportunity to still include the story of that family or that business, but we don't need to do it with 600 objects related to a downtown department store. So that's where I think when you start to look at it from that lens, you see a lot of opportunity to remove objects, keep the story, but have space on your shelves for, other new acquisitions.
Over here.
I love the timeline that you had, particularly the 70s and 80s go crazy. Could you speak to whether or not you saw a shift in mission or purpose from the starting point, establishing a collection, moving through all those time periods into present day? And does that also reflect decision making?
So when we opened our doors, we were a general encyclopedic museum. Certainly there was no collecting criteria at that time. It was whatever sort of, because at that point there was, I think we had maybe a housekeeper in the museum, but it was the Valentine family really sitting on a board and making decisions. So it was probably people they know who were donating things. In the 1920s, Laura Bragg, who was a curator who came out of Charleston, was hired on contract to professionalize the museum. And that's when we started to have more processes in place, but we still didn't have really a Richmond history mission until we got into the 40s and 50s. And we added a tagline to the museum, a museum of the history and culture of Richmond. And so that was very explicit, because of course we didn't have a strategic plan or anything like that, or even a mission statement at the time, but I think that tagline really signified the focus on local history. What's telling is that tagline goes away in museum publications in the 1960s. And so that's really where, while we still were doing local history, there was a need that the museum saw in general children's programming, and they decided, well, we're going to fill that need even though it doesn't relate to specifically to Richmond history. And so that's where the go crazy phase. We had a new director that came in the mid-'80s who sort of realigned the museum at that point. And what was interesting was that tagline came back. It became the museum of the history and culture of Richmond, which was interesting. And so, yes, very much our collecting related to the mission at the time of the museum. The problem is that as the mission changed, the legacy collections stayed until this most recent refinement.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting too. You have this idea of, okay, we're going to go through this deaccessioning process, but I also love the conversations that happen during and after, and perhaps before the next process happened about collections refinement strategies as far as collection development go. Because I think that all of these conversations, I've heard this theme of, collections development strategy, strategic planning, making space. But what are these objects that we're going to choose to bring into the future, and how will those objects be seen for generations to come of your future colleagues, the public, and whatnot? We had some more hands up. Yes. I'm trying to bounce back and forth to the room so we kind of, yes, go ahead.
I had to learn a lot with my case, but there was particularly a Harvard student who wrote a legal brief for my case, where he talked about reassessment, reappraisal, provenance, and he also referenced the Society of American Archivists. And the way he presented this argument in terms of contested artifacts and ethical stewardship is that there's no discretion. If you're in possession of certain things, you have to give them back. That descendants and impacted people should have a voice or a say in that. And so, personally, from my own experience with Harvard and Peabody Museum, we talked about that it was a mess, that paperwork was a mess, and that they didn't have half of the things they should have. And in dealing with the Peabody, and even legally, their response it wasn't pretty clear, and they were going to proceed how they wanted anyway. And so, and listening to the conversation, I get how complicated this is and how labor intensive it is, and to try to have the documents that you should. My concern is most museums don't see that as a priority, and they view ethical stewardship from a very close lens in terms of how they see things and not really considering the larger picture. And so I guess it's not so much a question, but a comment as to whether or not the Society of American Archivists standards, like the law student said, was there's a clear and an unambiguous mandate. You should do this. Museums just don't. And that's the concern I have as an impacted person, and I'm sure other people have that same concern as well. And I guess I want to ask, how do you navigate with, an overwhelming responsibility, and not only that, but the paperwork and securing things that seem impossible to do with the whole concept of ethical stewardship?
Right, I think the best way forward for us has always been to try and correct what we've done in the past. So I would say, right now, in our just last collections committee meeting, which was Monday, we have two items, groups of items from Purple Heart Hall of Honor, which are just sitting there. They were found in collection, I think, and the title, the person who originally gave it, has passed away, and so we are not going to vote on it until we have clear title, because we're at least moving forward trying to say, if you don't have clear title to give this to us, we will not accept it. And so we are, it becomes very complicated to, and then, parks legal staff is dealing with over 200 parks and 35 historic sites. So then, and they're probably primarily focused on land transfers and that sort of stuff. So it can take time. But at least for us, that is moving forward our hope. And so at least we're trying, and that happens a lot. We have one kind of contested case where, and I don't remember how it's resolved. Natalie and I remember differently of like an item that was given to us, and it isn't, and a woman said, well, my mother had dementia and shouldn't have given anything to anyone. And so we're trying to navigate that, with bringing in the right parties. So we have some of those contested cases. I think we've had, and it'll take a while. Thankfully, when we've had, say, some NAGPRA issues come up, we felt like we dealt with those pretty quickly. I'm sure not as quickly as they should have been, because they were in our collections for far too long. But I think there's some things we can't control, though I think we had a lot of discussion after your talk last night. I said, I would have talked to you. I don't think there's anybody I said, I would have wanted to, we're desperate to find out information about the people who were not talked about at our sites. And I guess the interpretive part of our mission is so important to us that we want to give voice to those people. And so I think that's, again, moving forward, that's what we have control over right now, but we want to do better.
Thank you, Tamara.
There's one
go ahead.
sort of variation on that. As far as ethical stewardship, one thing that we've really wrestled with, and certainly, even though our deaccessioning has been massive and large scale, please do not get the impression that we're doing it cavalierly at all. Every single object, even though it's thousands and thousands, has a full write-up of provenance, history, photograph, everything it is a very long, extensive process. But one area that we've really grappled with is when we have to admit to ourselves that while it's something that fits our mission that we would love to keep in our collection, we do not have the resources to preserve that object. And so an example is a wonderful collection of architectural drawings related to the Jefferson Hotel, which is a large historic hotel in Richmond that had been donated to the museum. Maybe 200 architectural drawings had been sitting on a table for decades, since the 90s, rolled, falling apart, completely fits our mission. I had to make the decision, though, or kind of say the hard truth, that we do not have the resources, and nor do I expect to have the resources in the future, to be able to preserve and make accessible this collection. And so I didn't know if this was going to be approved by our board, but ultimately we transferred that collection to the Library of Virginia, which is our state library, which fortunately is 2 blocks away. They were expanding their architectural drawing collection, had hired a new architecture curator, and had resources to be able to care and make accessible that collection. And that is indeed what happened. They have since conserved the entire collection, digitized the entire collection. And I feel very good about that interaction because I know that that was the best, in the best interest of the objects and for those who are interested in studying the history of that institution. And so while it was a hard decision because, you know, of course it fits our mission, but realizing that we were never going to have the resources to care for the collection was something that, you know, once we made that decision, it became evident as we came across some other similar instances that that was going to be the right thing to do. So part of our collection philosophy when we developed that was to make a recognition that we need to do a better job of working with the other collecting institutions in Richmond, and we don't have to be the place that tries to collect everything. We need to look at what are the stories that need to be preserved across the region, and how can we work with other institutions that have specialties in different areas or are known for a particular type of collecting or have the resources to ensure that that we're making making sure that those stories are being preserved. So sometimes now, when I get a call from somebody who wants to have us come out and select some things from our collection, if there is some if there's some other organizations that may have an interest, I'll actually call another curator at another museum and we will do a joint visit and kind of decide, okay, this was a local politician, but he was also involved in state politics. I'm going to collect things related to his time in Richmond. You can collect things related to his statewide effect. And so working collaboratively with other institutions can ensure that we are responsibly doing collecting and it's getting out of our own bubble, basically.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question. The good news is that after the end of this session in a few minutes, it's lunchtime, and I'm sure our panelists would be more than happy to discuss this subject more over some sandwiches. Yes, with your hand up.
I can talk to that. So, most of the time, when we have chosen to destroy something, it has to do with a hazard. There are a very few instances where, so a hazard that can't be treated, we do have conservators, but to treat a carriage for powder post beetles would mean we have to rent a large refrigerator truck and freeze it for many months, and that would take tens of thousands of dollars of New York State taxpayer money. So there is a cost analysis. Sometimes those decisions are above our heads. We would just say, okay, Deputy Commissioner, this is what it would cost to preserve this many objects. Is that the best way for us to use New York State taxpayer money? So sometimes sometimes we'll present it to someone above us. And I think the only other things that we've chosen to destroy, we usually believe they have almost no value. Like if we tried to put them on OGS to sell them, they would not be claimed. That sometimes we just try anyway, though we know that it's a very hard thing to find. So we wish that more people had access. That's why at least Natalie has started this listserv to distribute to many, many kinds of historic sites and collecting institutions so that we get out. I mean, our goal first and foremost is to tell as many people as possible that we have something to see if it could be useful to them. Does that answer your question somewhat? Yes. Okay.
I think that's, oh, one more. I'm going to give you one more.
Amanda, you may have mentioned this before, but sitting in virtually on the collections committees and seeing the process of deaccessioning, one of the things I appreciate is the fact that just because something is voted on to be deaccessioned this month doesn't mean it's going to happen. It's got to go through a whole nother series.
Yeah, things have to be voted on twice in collections committee. So they're approved at deaccession committee by a group of curators, collections management, and then we have a representative from our conservation team. So we have lots of discussion there after it's already been reviewed. Well, sometimes it's one or the other. It's also reviewed by the respective conservator. And then it's voted on twice in collections committee. And if there's any question, like if a question comes up that we haven't thought of, we'll just table it for an extra month or 4. Sometimes we pull it completely if we say, no, we know we're not going to be able to answer this question. It's not a hard and fast step-by-step. I'm sure Natalie gets frustrated. I was frustrated. Actually, the first few months, we had a new member on our collections committee who had a really different perspective because she's worked more with public relations. And so she just had lots of, and hadn't worked with our collection very much. And I was getting frustrated. Though it worked, moving forward, we were able to be prepared. We met in the middle. Yeah, we met in the middle, and we were also just more prepared, knowing the kinds of questions that they would ask, and then saying, okay, yeah. And sometimes it just means, just this month, someone asked, Natalie, are you cutting me off? Everyone's talking. Oh. Anyway, someone asked a question, and we're just going to reorder things, so it's more obvious. We're like, okay, we're always willing to change how we do it.
Great. Thank you, Natalie, Amanda, and Meg, for some great information. I'm sure the conversation will continue, and I don't know if Susanna wants to orient us further.
Yeah, just a quick announcement. So we'll be breaking for lunch from now until 1:15. We'll regroup here exactly at 1:15. We're staying to time, which I like. On your name tags, you have your lunch selection that you made kind of there. So I know sometimes we forget what we've ordered for lunch. Our wonderful volunteers and staff will assist you in locating your lunch. You're free to eat here in this space, I would say outside if it weren't raining. And also, just to remind people that our museum store is open and it's located in our carriage house, which is that 2-story building straight ahead. And just beyond it, there's some doors that will kind of take you through a pathway that will lead you to the Barton House, where you can also spend time looking at our exhibition, open doors there. So ask any one of us from Martin House, whether staff or volunteers, if you need any assistance in how to get there. And we'll see you all back here at 1:15. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It is 1:15, and it's wonderful to have you here still. I was really enjoying all the lunchtime conversation at the different tables, and I hope we can continue with that with our next session and then our afternoon recap. So I will now turn it over to Nancy Weekly from the Birchfield Penny Art Museum.
Thank you, everyone. I want to first say congratulations on the beautiful exhibit in the Barton House. It's really exciting to see such incredible objects and historic drawings, and I loved it. And beautifully installed, too. As an art curator, of course, it makes all the difference in the world. So our session this afternoon is on questions of authenticity, period rooms, and historic houses. We're tasked with asking the questions or discussing how do period rooms differ from historic houses, particularly in the presentation of authenticity of place, which is a real question when things get moved and they're not in their original locations. How can immersive interiors shape our understanding of the past? And how do they impact the museum visitor experience? And what role do they play today? So we have two great presenters, Caleb Pfeiffer, President and CEO of the Hagen History Center, an American History Museum, and the nation's newest public Frank Lloyd Wright site. He'll tell you much more about that. Fascinating story. In addition to leading the History Center, Pfeiffer was appointed by Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro to serve as commissioner of the Pennsylvania Historical and Museum Commission. He also serves as a trustee of the Historic Erie Preservation Trust, a $100 million initiative dedicated to purchasing, restoring, and leasing more than 41 properties within the National West 6th Street Historic District. His prior roles include senior administrative positions across the museum and higher education sectors. Pfeiffer served as vice president of Mercyhurst University, senior advisor to the president at Duquesne University, executive director of the Erie County Historical Society, and director of the Erie Maritime Museum. And if you ever get to Zoom with him, he has the coolest office. And it has great historic story behind it, too. Our second presenter is David Favaloro, who is Senior Director of Curatorial Affairs at the Tenement Museum. So this is sort of a renaming because it used to be known as the Lower East Side Tenement Museum. And they have two properties. He's going to tell you all about it. He's jointly responsible for interpreting the history of the tenements at 97 and 103 Orchard Street, with an emphasis on research and exhibit development. He also oversees the museum's preservation, conservation, and collections management programs. David has been with the Tenement Museum since 2004. He holds a Master of Arts in American History, an advanced certificate in public history from the University of Massachusetts, Amherst. And we were going to have a third panelist, but she had to withdraw because of a conflict. So we're doing things a little bit differently. I'm going to make a very short presentation about the Birchfield studio at the Birchfield Penny Art Museum before we have our open to questions and discussion of the panel. So it is my privilege to bring Cal to the podium.
Thanks, Nancy. Big thank you to my colleagues at Darwin Martin for this invitation to be with all of you. It's always special when we're at another Right site as a new person to the Wright world. Our site has only been part of this community since 2021. As Nancy said in the description, we are an American history museum, but our primary collecting is regional history. We've been doing so since 1898, so similar to Meg's presentation from the Valentine. We more or less forced our hand with the acquisition of Frank Lloyd Wright's office, which we'll talk about, to broaden to American history, because the first point that I want to make is it would be rather inauthentic to continue to describe ourselves as a regional history museum, because that would suggest that the Frank Lloyd Wright office is at its original location, which it's not. The picture that you see in front of you is our urban campus. It's made up of 5 public buildings. We're going to be talking in particular about the mansion in the foreground, and then the building with the red top on the right-hand side that houses the Frank Lloyd Wright office. In addition to this campus, we have a 120-acre rural campus with 2 farmhouses, one that operates as a house museum. So rather property heavy. The development of the site that you just saw took place over the last decade. Technically, this marks the 11th year. So the quick background, so I joined the organization in 2013 with the idea that the organization had sold its longtime headquarters to the Erie Art Museum. So it wasn't a question of if we were moving, it was where. And when you're looking at a variety of options and you really have a blank slate, it truly, there's a lot of ethical questions that come to the forefront, questions about what do you want to see as a community and as an organization for your future. So we did, of course, a needs assessment like any organization would do. The things that you see at the bottom are fairly standard for any museum in terms of space. And then we began to look at the options. And there was one in particular that floated to the top. We were being offered the city's former National Guard armory on a silver platter for free. And the board got all of excited and said, this is for free. As many folks would. But 2 things to consider. One is the practical consideration. What amount of money would it take to renovate, and do we have that fundraising capacity? This is an organization that had done a deplorable job of fundraising. I'm not shy about saying that at all. When you get to see some of the slides and the pictures of the buildings, it's embarrassing. So 1, I didn't feel that we had the capacity, but 2, even if we did, that would have been putting all of our eggs in a singular basket. So from an ethical standpoint, do you sacrifice the buildings that you're supposed to be a steward of in order to prop up something new? That's a question for all of you to think about. You can see where we headed with our project. We knew what the answer was. We decided, and part of that was we had the mansion, which had operated as a historic house museum for a long, long time, close to a century, since 1942. And I'll give you more background on the mansion in a little bit. But this is in a backdrop of really poor visitation for that site. And so I'm a new director. I'm reading all the best practices and the research. Richard Moe at this point, it had been about a decade since he came out with a pretty controversial piece, No More House Museums. And that is, almost sounds like sacrilege here at a house museum to talk about. But for context, Moe was not talking about all house museums across all time periods. He was really talking about the proliferation of Victorian-era house museums, and specifically mansions. This idea where such and such family lived here, and they were so wealthy, and they did these things for the community. He was not making a value judgment. I have to point that out there, and he says that repeatedly in his work, that all these structures matter, the stories matter, the architecture matters, the artifacts matter. He was talking about the sustainability of all these sites. And we were living this and was seeing this anecdotally. So the one and done phenomenon, I can't tell you how many times and this was with just in the first few months, I would encounter someone, oh, you're the new director. We love the Watson Curtsey Museum. I would take my kids there, and they would make it sound like it was yesterday. Oh, that's wonderful. When did you visit? Well, maybe it was 1998, or maybe it was 99. Well, try running any business where your customer last frequented you or paid the visit a decade ago. And the answer is it doesn't happen. You would go out of business. The tourist perspective, equally problematic. So say Dave and I were spending the afternoon together. We're up from Pittsburgh, and we're at the beach in Erie. We're meeting Nancy for dinner. We have 2 hours to spare. Hey, Dave, what do we do before we see Nancy? Well, in addition to multiple tourist attractions, there are multiple cultural entities. We could go and see the historic lighthouse. We could go to the Maritime Museum. We're probably not going to go to the House Museum because Pittsburgh is a great one. Almost every community in the country of size has their own Victorian House Museum. So this was a real issue underpinning the problem, deferred maintenance. We knew we had the land, so double down on restoring the mansion and the carriage house. So the mansion, great ties to the Buffalo. Medina sandstone, a lot of you stayed at the Richardson Hotel last night. So it's the Richardsonian Romanesque style, designed by E.B. Green, who finished the Richardson complex. Very little invested into it. It was built in 1891. 2 families, the second family donated it to become a museum in 42. When I took over, it had the same roof on it since the 60s. It was an asbestos roof, so it's the only reason why it lasted. But it doesn't even look like Medina. Look how black the stone is from the years of soot. The carriage house, that's where I say it's embarrassing. The back of the carriage house, about 5 years prior to me joining the organization, actually fell off one day. It just fell into a heap of rubble, and it was an insurance claim put back together. So we're talking about a site that is everybody that runs museums says, money's tight. This was next level of not investing into the property. So the plan was to convert then the House Museum to a hybrid museum, not completely abandon the story of the 2 families and the artifacts, keep that story on the first floor, but utilize the second and the third floor for thematic galleries. So in this case, that provided us 7 thematic galleries without the need to build a new exhibit building. And then take the carriage house that had been operating as that planetarium since the 1950s into the offices, the reading room, and the gift shop. And then the final piece of the pie was a state-of-the-art archival building that would connect to the back of the carriage house. We did this whole project. We didn't refer to it at phase 1, but it essentially became phase 1, as you're about to see. Nancy mentioned my office. That's prior to construction, but that's the gear system that would raise and lower the summer carriage and winter sleigh. So my desk sits over it. If anyone on our team came in, they were really upset at me one day. Those gears still turn. They just yank it, and I would go right through the floor. So here's just some photos. It takes some courage to do a conversion like this. You can see some of the holes that are being punched in the walls. So yes, we're upgrading the site. There's new HVAC, there's new lighting, but you are in fact changing the form and function of those bedrooms to proper galleries. And that is a decision that is difficult to walk back. But as you'll see in a future slide, people do tend to try the walk back. I just recounted all that. It was a holistic upgrade. Every wood surface was touched. This was about 4.5 million, but this was a decade ago. Now with construction costs, this would be much closer to about a $12 million project. And that's not inflation. Any of you that have done construction recently, it is insane. You can see the before and after with the chemical clean, the repointing, the new roof, and really bringing this property back to life. That was us on opening day with the big ribbon. The property, really neat side story. This was the catalyst to kick off that $100 million trust and effort that is ongoing today onto the same street. And that's all being driven by private philanthropy. Without doing this restoration, probably all of the other homes, I shouldn't say probably, I can assure you, all the other homes would have fallen in the wreck and ruin. And now it's one of the greatest preservation stories in the country because it's happening at scale all at once. So lessons learned, is it working in terms of the conversion of House Museum? Yes. Do locals still bemoan the fact that they miss the House Museum, that they want it set up, the way that it was? They do, and this is problematic, and this is worth noting from a authenticity perspective. So I did all this work as a director. We have term limits. Our board did all this amazing roll-up-your-sleeves work as a board. I left to go work in higher ed, and the board termed off. So you had a new board, you had a new director in there, and they were caving to some of the public pressure and slowly converting some of these rooms back to a bedroom or something previously. That is disastrous because coming back, it was 7, 8 years later, this incredibly fragmented visitor experience. You can't go from a room talking about a manufacturing company to suddenly you're in a bedroom. It doesn't work. So if you're going to make the decision, you have to stay the course. Is it authentic? Yes, because this is the natural progression of the house. The house wasn't always a museum. It's that continuum of history. So then phase 2, which we're not really going to talk about, but it was the acquisition of the house next door for additional gallery space. This is what I mean, but the houses on the street falling in the wreck and ruin, that was the condition that just one of them was in. The whole street looked like this. And you could see the finished product on the right-hand side. And we get in the Frank Lloyd Wright's field office. So Frank Lloyd Wright's field office, little bit of background on the office. So Darwin Martin House was Wright's early career. The San Francisco field office was the latter part of his career, so 1952 to 1959. Throughout Wright's life, other architects that had worked with him, they were always riding his coattails and his celebrity status. The San Francisco field office was the notable exception because he partnered with Aaron Green, who was already a rock star on the West Coast, already had a substantial practice, a lot of clients, and they teamed up to create and custom build this office. It was located in downtown San Francisco on Grant Street, a block away from Chinatown. We sort of claim the fame of the office. The smallest commission that Wright ever did is one and only Dog House, and the largest commission, the Marin County Civic Center, which is magnificent. The office operated until 1988 under Aaron Green, and then it was packed up board by board very meticulously. I should add, before it was packed up, it was the initial headquarters for the Frank Lloyd Wright Foundation, which is now housed at Taliesin West in Scottsdale, Arizona. So this long, crazy path to Erie, Pennsylvania. It was initially acquired by Tom Monahan, the founder of Domino's Pizza, and went to his private museum in Michigan. Then it was acquired by the Carnegie Museum to debut their Heinz Hall of Architecture. They had it for just a few short years, decided that it took up too much real estate, and they packed it up in the crates, and it lived in crates ever since. It was shipped to Maryland, then it came here to Buffalo. The idea was to reassemble it at the Pierce Aero Transportation Museum. The Jim Sandoro that runs the museum decided to pivot and rebuild Wright's gas station to fit better with the transportation. We found out that it was available. So 2 things why we wanted the museum. I'll go back to the previous slide in a second. One was altruism. I mean, we had the ability, we had the funding. We could save this thing and tell the right story and put it back into public view. And the second one, it was strategic for us. So one of the most visited Wright sites in the country is right here at Starwin Martin. The one that is #1 is Falling Water. You have to go between Erie to go between Pittsburgh and Buffalo. There is no other way. So the idea was, could we capture some of that visitation and tourism that otherwise wouldn't come, because why would a tourist be interested in the history of Erie, Pennsylvania? And the answer is, from visitation, they're probably not. This slide was, if you really want to talk authentic, why didn't it go back to San Francisco? Well, architectural historian Paul Turner said that there were 2 separate efforts to bring it back. They both failed due to the lack of funding. If they had funding, not only could it go back to San Francisco, but the building that it was in still stands. The floor that it was in is now an art gallery. So if money was no object, you absolutely could put that office back into its original space. But as we all know, that dollars are problematic, so it came to Erie instead. We debuted the office in 2021, but there was a problem with authenticity. But it's not authenticity the way that we've been talking about so far. So reframe authenticity in terms of the way that this office debuted was designed to be in its purest form, meaning that the design intent was if the staff left for lunch from a working office. So there's no signage. There are no interpretive plaques. It was designed to be immersive. You are in the office. That worked with people that were very familiar with Wright. They loved it. It also worked with people that actually worked in the office that are still living. We had an architect visit 3 years ago who was weeping. He said that it was like stepping back in time 40 years. I mean, these deep emotional reactions. The problem is that is not the bulk of our visitation. The bulk of our visitation are not Wright aficionados. They might know about Wright, they might have curiosity, but they're coming in and this massive investment that we made institutionally, okay, it's an office, and they're walking right back out. They're missing all the nuances of the compression and release, the room within a room, the hallmarks of Wright that you see at every Wright site across the nation. So it was quite literally too authentic. And we said, we need to do a greater degree of contextualization. And it was interesting, it's, so excited to talk about this because it becomes a really philosophical question. is anything, if you're not, without contextualization, do these things really matter? Whatever the things are, whatever they mean. If people don't get it, again, I'm not going to answer that. You can decide. So I just talked about my next slide. So here's what we came up with. This snowballed, as projects tend to, and it went from we need greater contextualization to we need to build a museum on rights. Because part of that contextualization question was, it doesn't make sense just to talk about our office. I mean, who cares? It wasn't here originally. The real message here is what we have to learn as individuals about rights and through rights. Organic architecture, the principles of learning through nature, et cetera, et cetera. Let's do a museum within a museum concept where we're really building this out. So it went from, I thought we were going to spend 30 grand on new signage to a 7-figure project. We worked with a firm out of Madison, Wisconsin that had quite a bit of right experience. This will debut in June. So we don't know how this is going to be received from the public yet. They're literally doing construction as we speak. But the further we got into it, the further we found this doesn't exist anywhere in the country. It's a museum on rights, because to understand his architecture, you need to understand the individual first. So what do we learn from this? The age-old, know your audience. Don't do anything without identifying your audience and having a good idea of where they come from, their profile. Shortly after I started, I had a meeting with Jesse's predecessor, Mary Roberts, and I asked that question, do you know your audience? Mary knew the audience here so well, she rattled it off, and it was fun. She wasn't rattling off statistics. She just had a couple of lines. She knew who was coming to Darwin Martin House the most. We already talked about the contextualization. Please come and check it out and see for yourself. Tour the whole campus, but we're going to cut the ribbon June 26th, and we'll be open to the public on June 27th. That is the Hagen History Center. I'm going to pass it to my friend Dave to talk about the Tenement Museum. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Nancy and Caleb. I always think it's fun. It's both fun and more interesting to sort of be the concluding panel and to be among the final speakers at something of this nature, even if it's just a couple of days, because I'm like, I would have thought through all of these things slightly differently if I had heard of all of your perspectives prior. So that'll make for a great conversation, I think, in closing. But hopefully we can touch on some of those same ideas that I think have been resonating throughout the talk yesterday and then today as well. So we are still technically Lower East Side Tenement Museum, although Tenement Museum is, I think, much more memorable for most folks. But I think that's important, right? Because, a lot of what I think we're trying to get out here is what does, quote unquote, authenticity mean in terms of place, in terms of story, in terms of the sort of material manifestations of that from a collections perspective and how we think about all of those things. And so, the Tenement Museum in a lot of ways, I think, is an interesting case study in this from the perspective of, having been a museum that really began, as I'll sort of unpack, as an idea that went in search of all of those things, right? That sort of had a broader vision, a broader goal. I'll share with you our current mission, but all of the museum's mission statements, unlike a lot of other house museums, historic sites, really doesn't mention a place or a collection or a period. Really mentions, I think, an idea, and I think thinking about how we capture ideas about authenticity in service of that at a particular site and telling particular stories is an interesting way to kind of come at any number of these questions. So, what do I? Next. Oh, there we go. I'll talk about, multiple of our sites. We have a few different, really two interpreted sites, but the kind of primary site of the Tenement Museum is this building, 97 Orchard Street. Here, pictured circa 2008, yes, like cropped oddly out of the context of the block, but it kind of gives us an opportunity to focus. And I selected this one in part because I think part of what's interesting about the story is the process of kind of becoming, and I think thinking through all of these questions that are part of what it means to tell the story of real people in a place when most of those people are no longer surviving, and they've not left behind any of their material possessions. So what you can see here, 97 Orchard Street had been built in 1863 in the middle of the American Civil War, of course, when what today we know as New York's Lower East Side was known as Klein Deutschland, or Little Germany, predominantly populated by German-speaking immigrants, and then, effectively was inhabited as a residence until 1935. So vacant, building sat vacant for about 53 years until the museum came along in 1988, having been in search of a building like this for some period. Again, this is sort of 2008, kind of midway between the museum's rehabilitation of the building, interpretation of half of the building, restoration, and stabilization of multiple floors. So right now we sort of use the entire building for what I think is a, best sort of described as a multi-period interpretation. And we talk a lot in the House Museum world, of course, of periods of significance and how we approach the work of both restoration and interpretation. But from the beginning, I think the museum, what sort of sets the Tenement Museum apart in some ways, particularly in that context of the work we're talking about here, is interpreting multiple periods throughout this building's history and approaching that as sort of unique interpretive projects. Okay, so the core visitor experience at the museum is a guided tour led by an educator. We might call them a docent or a tour guide. In other contexts, this is one of our educators, Louise, pictured here. And one of the spaces I'll tell you a little bit more about this afternoon. It's the Levine apartment, recreated to the mid-1890s as a Polish-Jewish immigrant family who operated a garment factory. Yes, they're making this very pink dress in the mid-1890s. But I think really, authenticity is such an interesting sort of way to frame this conversation, because what is authentic? All of this work is sort of mediated in some way. It's qualified and complicated in the ways that we bring our own ideas, our own values, our own questions, our own suppositions, et cetera, to this work. The way in which we involve, in this particular case, descendant families and descendant communities of the work at the Tenement Museum, and maybe in some of the work that you do. And how do we sort of kind of grapple with that in our interaction with visitors? And I think what we've sort of found, or I like to kind of describe this as, in the best usage of this term possible, kind of messy storytelling, where we're sharing what we know, what we don't know, what our process is, being transparent, interrogating sources and documentation with visitors as part of the experience, as part of the tour, and really sort of, I think, developing what is a really kind of conversational experience around those questions. At the same time, we're telling the story of a real person, a real family, and all of the ways that that is also complicated and messy. And I think, to kind of go back a little bit further, this is Ruth Abram, really the kind of visionary and founder of the museum. She had a founding curator and partner in that work, Anita Jacobson, but in some ways Ruth is, I think, really the kind of core visionary in a lot of ways. And this is her on kind of founding day, at least that's how, interestingly, these set of photos, including this one, is labeled in our collection. I don't know if you can notice, anybody who's familiar with New York City history remembers Mayor Ed Koch is seated just to her, probably on the left in the image, right? But it's on, I guess it's on her left in the right of the image. So he attended the founding. And, Ruth came from a very different perspective and even conversation. I had the opportunity to work with her when I joined the museum, and we've, I think, had the opportunity to go back and do, what is an institutional oral history with her as well, kind of capture her ideas and her experience of what it was like to build the organization over time, and some of the colleagues who did that with her. And I think one of the kind of key things he said, and our reactions around the room will be across a multitude of different ones, but she says we were not museum professionals, so we could break all the rules, right? And so some of us are like, well, that's really terrible in a variety of ways, but really good in a number of different ways. And I think thinking about having come from a very different world, meaning that Ruth had come from a place of social activism and social justice. She was involved in the women's rights movement in the 1970s and really found history a kind of key tool for bringing different coalitions of women together under the umbrella of a common cause. And I think in the 1980s, having relocated to New York City, really began to grapple with this idea of what did it mean to consider the quote-unquote sort of stranger in our community, the newcomer, the migrant, the immigrant. And yes, we're living through a particular political moment where immigration as a political topic and one that's being experienced in many of our communities is at a particularly heightened point. But it's been, the place of immigrants and immigration in our kind of communities, in our nation, in our national discourse has been there really from that point on. Was certainly the case in the 1980s, and I think Ruth was looking for a way to bring history to that conversation in an interesting and I think a new way. What could a historic house museum, what could a historic site museum, arguably in what is the most iconic geographic spaces associated with that history in the history of the country, New York City's Lower East Side, a real kind of quote-unquote gateway neighborhood for many, many newcomers, and who many Americans can trace ancestors, of course, back there. Of course, not everyone, of course, right? One of the questions I think, when I think about this particular topic is, like what sort of, in their minds, what was sort of happening? Do you define what the museum is about, what the museum's mission is, or do you go in search of the things that would give it physical life? And I think they kind of grappled with that and ultimately decided that they were going to start a museum without a home, without a collection. As the story goes, they began fundraising, really sort of shaping the organization, the museum, and then ultimately went in search of a building, that building being 97 Orchard Street. Interestingly, they were having trouble finding a vacant tenement building with enough historic fabric that reached far enough back into the 19th century and far enough, deep enough into, closest to the present, to sort of give life to that vision, because the idea in some ways was that this would be a museum about immigration, about migration, that that would capture a diversity of experience. I know in New York City we have, and I think many communities have, different museums devoted to the story of one particular community. But Ruth's vision in some ways that you might come to the Tenement Museum to engage with a story that resembles your own families or your own ancestors, but that's paired with a story that is in some ways different than that across time, across place, across community, across ethnicity, across race, et cetera, and that what would be sort of found as the common ground across that, what arguably I think are like the universal aspects of what it means to uproot yourself from one place you had called home, bring yourself and arguably your family to another place, and have to adapt your traditions, your culture, what have you, to a new place. But there are a lot of vacant buildings on the Lower East Side. In the 1980s, turns out they also needed street access on both sides. So there are, logistical questions are also always at the forefront in addition to all the philosophical ones. This is our current mission. I won't sort of read it aloud to you. And again, it doesn't mention a place, doesn't mention a time period, it doesn't mention a collection. It does, of course, mention the home, so it sort of evokes that. And the mission has sort of changed in the language over the course of the institution's history, but the DNA or the spirit really has remained the same. In that early period, trying to sort of achieve this overall idea, in the late 1980s and early 1990s, the museum invited in folks as advisory and advisor role that you might expect community members, folks who worked with various past and present immigrant or migrant communities, museum folks, theater folks. Interestingly, you had always heard, quote unquote, that they were thinking outside the box, again, breaking all the rules. Someone recently brought me from like the deep files they found in like the back of a file cabinet, invitation list from like 1989 to one of these design charrettes, and Penn and Teller, the musicians, were invited, which is sort of a funny thing. I don't think they came, but at least said they were thinking a little bit differently about who might contribute to museum conversation, what a museum could be. But even at that early stage, that they were thinking that they would do what some people in the field might have thought of as composite stories at that point, not site-specific stories of the folks who actually called 97 Orchard Street home, an Italian immigrant family, a Jewish immigrant family, an African-American family, a Puerto Rican family, et cetera, and that they would all sort of be brought into spaces recreated to depict the homes in which they lived in the 97 Orchard Street building. And at one of those early meetings, an advisor suggested, well, I think now you could really learn enough about the people who actually lived here in order to use those stories. And I think that was a really prescient moment. And I think the museum, even at that stage, was surprised the degree to which they could really learn about the sort of granularity of those everyday lives from what was left behind in the historical record. We're not yet even talking about any living memory that might have been contributed. Of course, we in that work and in the work that was done in that period, use the kind of records that genealogists, family historians use. This is the 1900 federal census and captures a variety of different families here. But we use, vital records and voting records, all those kind of documents to really, I think, capture what piece together, if you will, I think, what the story and the life of an actual former resident family at 97 Orchard Street might be. Now, of course, the vision, as I said, in some ways was that we would really deliver an experience that spoke to the diversity of immigrant and migrant experiences on the Lower East Side. But this is a particular building, and not everybody has lived there. So in some ways, one of the things we found, and I think one of the lessons we've had to learn, is that site specificity and the kind of authenticity, quote unquote, that might bring to a museum experience, and the ability to sort of learn about a specific individual's experience and all the kind of interesting nuances and complexity that might bring, also does sort of crowd out some experience that just might not have been represented at this particular address in the historical record. Museum was also successful in those early days in identifying, contacting, and speaking with individuals who grew up in 97 Orchard Street as children, say in the 1920s and the 1930s. This is Josephine and Johnny Baldisi. Josephine sort of kneeling down. Johnny, her younger brother by a year, is sort of standing here. This is taken on the roof of 97 Orchard Street in the sort of mid-1930s. Right before the building effectively closed to residents, and the reason, if I forgot to mention, was essentially condemned because of non-compliance with new housing codes that would have made the building more fire safe. But we spoke with Josephine at length, and among others, in the late 1980s, early 1990s, and the texture of daily life that you obviously can get from somebody's lived experience and lived memory is, I think, sort of paralleled in delivering that. But I think the idea that we ultimately decided to tell the stories of these real individuals rather than composite stories, I think is impactful for visitors and helps us achieve the mission in a way that if we had taken a different interpretive approach, arguably would have not only been less quote unquote authentic, but would have been, I think, less successful in achieving that. One of the stories, I think, of this particular family that is continually impactful is the story of their parents, Adolfo and Rosaria Baldisi, both from Josephine and from the historical record. What it tells us is that they met and married in Palermo, Sicily in 1922, like a lot of young Italian or Sicilian, Southern Italian families looking for economic opportunity, fleeing natural disaster and so forth. That part of the world in the early 20th century decided to come here. Adolfo was going to come first, and then he was going to bring his wife over, and they were going to start a family here in New York and in America. So Adolfo comes in 1923. He saw on the Ellis Island, ship manifest, etc. But something intervenes, and that's the 1924 Johnson-Reed Act, which established the national origin quota system, arguably the most restrictive immigration law up to that point in American history. We talked a little bit about eugenics yesterday. And of course, this is a law very, very much based in that, was trying to keep out the wrong, quote unquote, newcomers, in this case, particularly Southern and Eastern Europeans. And suffice it to say that Josephine and Johnny's mother, Rosaria, wasn't able to come, except she did so anyway, right? She purchased a fraudulent passport, or a passport that was sold to her by a Italian-born American citizen who had returned, and she came, quote unquote, as what we would say an undocumented immigrant today. And I think, coming on this tour, looking to engage with this historic immigrant story and hearing that, even using the presentist language to describe it. I think one visitor recently said and communicated to us they were, quote unquote, slapped across the face by history upon hearing that. And I don't think that's something you would necessarily sort of achieve or get in that way if we had decided we're going to tell the story of a, quote unquote, representative Italian family. This is a real family with all of these sort of interesting nuances and complexities in their story. And yes, they are a lens onto a larger experience, but I think help to kind of capture that overall idea. This is, sort of physical. We talked a lot about collections and physical space. I think in some ways what we do at the Tenement Museum is collect stories and then think about the physical way and the physical setting to represent them. This is an unrestored apartment at 97 Orchard Street. So this is what the building looked like after it was sort of rediscovered after, you know, some 53 years of deterioration and decay. Authenticity is also an interesting sort of concept in this vein. This is authentic, right? It's an authentic representation of what happened to this building in that period. What happened to many of them in the neighborhood, and it's also contains the quote-unquote authentic finishes and materials and so on. And so, you know, today what we do on any given tour, you visit a combination of spaces. A space that looks like this, yes, it's been cleaned up and stabilized and is safe, and all of the various kind of efforts that we take to make that a reality. And then a space that looks like this. This is actually that same space today, and this is restored to depict the home of the Levine family and Polish Jewish immigrants who lived here in the 1890s and operated a garment factory out of their home. How do we think about authentically recreating this space when none of these items were left behind by any of the folks who called the building home? Certainly the Levine family, none of their descendants, living descendants, retained any of those possessions. How do we think about evidence in that regard? There are no photos of the interior of 97 Orchard Street. We're lucky enough to have photos on the roof, right, of some of the former residents donated to us by folks like Josephine and her brother. So that process, you know, involves things like historic photographs. Yes, many of us have heard about, say, Jacob Riis, who, in brief, of course, is a social reformer in the late 19th century, looking to improve housing conditions for folks like the former residents of 97 Orchard Street. But, you know, arguably, those were, you know, he had an agenda, although maybe one many of us would, at least in part, agree with. But how to use that as evidence? Maybe something like this is better. This is a crime scene photo from, yes, there's a body in the middle of the floor. This is an early 20th century crime scene photo, but the sort of, you know, the thinking here is that this is more spontaneous, right? And you can glean a lot of details about the material culture of a tenement home from this as representative rather than something that, say, somebody like Jacob Riis was trying to capture, which arguably he's trying to push forward an agenda, was looking for. In some cases, the worst of the worst conditions. In other cases, actively kind of arranging scenes, not fabricating, but arranging. We also, as part of that effort to think about what some of those spaces look like and think about the idea of authenticity there, do in-depth research about the finishes. This is one of the layers of wallpaper that, you know, we do investigative work into all of the architectural materials, all of the decorative materials. There are 22 layers of wallpaper on the parlor walls, which of course means they didn't take one down before they put that up. And in some ways, that's a really interesting metaphor as well for us, right? All these kind of layers of history here. But this is a piece that allows us to say, this is, you know, we can date this particular piece of wallpaper and others like it and use it in our efforts to depict what this building looked like at a particular moment in time. And so this is the parlor of the Rogoshevsky apartment, Lithuanian Jews who lived in the building in the 19-teens and the 1920s. And you know, yes, what we're trying to represent what these homes look like as quote unquote authentically as possible, but why? What's the purpose of that? In this case, right? It's I think from a storytelling perspective, to convey the idea that newly arrived early 20th century immigrants had expectations, even as recently arrived Americans, of what their home should look like, including like new wallpaper. Yes, they might have had limited economic means as recent arrivals, as working class, perhaps even poor newcomers, but they expected colorful wallpaper, and they expected relatively new in many cases, right? And this may be different than the narrative presented by something like the Jacob Riis photos. Similarly, you know, this is just two images that kind of captures some of that process. This is another sort of space earlier in the building's history when things like photographs don't exist, which I think that's the case for often for many of us in our work depicting historic interiors. And so this is the exterior parlor or front room walls of the recreated home of the Moore family. They were Irish immigrants who lived in 97 Orchard in 1869. A lot of visitors, too, are surprised about the detail, the faux wood graining that adorns the trim on the walls, and what again, newcomers of limited means would have expected from their own homes, and complicating that idea, and really, I think, incorporating into the story this process, what we know, what we don't know, how we think about kind of this decision-making process, and really interrogating both the documents and the building as a document as part of that process. Many of you have probably worked with historic furnishings plans or reports in your work, and I think the typical approach is for the full structure. We began doing this sort of kind of midway through the museum's life as an organization. This is the one for the Levine apartment, and it was created in 2002. In some ways, again, this is sort of serves a different purpose for us than it might for some other sites, meaning, it's the way we capture all of the research for a particular recreated or restored apartment exhibit, and it lays out a rationale and all the extensive research behind that for going out and acquiring all of the material culture that you might say, I'll just kind of skip back, represented here. None of this stuff was left behind by the former residents, but it is all quote-unquote period and assembled with the idea of recreating this immersive setting, and thinking about what a family's story is, what they might have had, what the period suggests, what photos like that, I won't go back to the crime scene photo, what things like that photo or other photographic evidence. We don't have probates, right? These are sort of things that there's very little actual information about the specific site in terms of material culture and collections. And then we go out and shop for that stuff, right? This is two former colleagues at the Brimfield Antique Market in Massachusetts. This is like 2010 or something like that. And they're purchasing a table for an exhibit that recreated a German lager beer saloon in one of the kind of commercial spaces. Now we do a lot more of this work online because I'm sure, as all of you know, most of the antique world has sort of moved in that vein, but it's all kind of acquired for the purpose of being essentially recreating an immersive setting with the goal of allowing visitors to put themselves in the shoes of this of the folks who once called the building home. And then this is our former furnishings curator, Pamela Keach, helping kind of arrange some of those items in this setting. This is the 1869 recreated home of the Irish immigrant Moore family you could see on one of our tours on the 4th floor of 97 Orchard Street. But yeah, there's no... interestingly, her process, and having worked, she's retired now and is not well enough to do this work with us any longer, but has been involved in all of the museum's projects, and in some ways, yeah, there's all of this kind of deep research behind this and kind of thoughtful question asking, but some of this is really about feel. And what feels right in terms of being in that space and being a setting for delivering this story. And I think we're not, we're sort of continually in the place of refreshing the installations, both in the face of new research, but also thinking about what might best serve the story we're trying to share with visitors and accomplish the museum's overall mission. And then we'll just sort of end with, and I'll kind of mention a few other things. This is, again, the kind of recreated home of the Levine family, where we started with the pink dress. The pink dress is as a reproduction, but based on a pattern sold in that particular time period. The wallpaper is a reproduction of an actual layer of wallpaper found there. All of the other items, right, have been acquired from the antique market to represent what we believe from our research and from photographs and other sources, a space like this looked like. You know, in this particular case, the descendants of the Levine family, nobody had a direct experience, but they're part of that conversation, have been from the beginning. Most of the time, they just want to share in the story and occasionally sort of find new things like photographs sort of deeply in their own family archives as they're cleaning out their own homes and their own attics. But more recently, and Nancy alluded to another building, which is the same block, and it's our 103 Orchard Street property. Ultimately, 97 Orchard Street closed in 1935, and of course, Lower East Side did not cease to be a first place of settlement for newcomers. And the museum's goal was always to extend that story closer to the present. So this newer building allows us to tell the story, in particular, of a Puerto Rican migrant family in the 1960s and the 1970s, a Chinese immigrant family in the 1970s and the 1980s, a family of Holocaust survivors in the 1950s. So thinking about ways to kind of bring a kind of diversity of stories and a diversity of perspectives to the visitor experience, and combine these in different ways, where we're sort of experimenting in different ways of combining these different spaces as a way of raising new questions about the immigrant or migrant experience, and communicating those stories to visitors. So thank you.
There's your PowerPoint.
You don't need the PowerPoint one.
PowerPoint
That one.
Okay. Let's extend. Slideshow. Beginning.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you. So my story is far more simple than either one of these examples. The Birchall Penny Art Center, for those of you who may not know, we have the largest collection of Charles Birchfield's art and artifacts. And we were able to acquire most of the contents of the front room, a little bit of the second room, of this little freestanding studio that he had years before we were able to present it to the public. So we didn't have to start with having to worry about where we got the objects. We didn't have to justify having a different kind of subject for destination. And because we are a regional art museum representing not only Birchfield, but artists of the broader Western New York area, as well as a little bit of some of his colleagues from the gallery that he was with, the Wren Gallery in New York City, that included people, like Edward Hopper. We are, have a much tighter mission, perhaps, and a little easier to represent. So this is Birchfield in his studio around 1942. We know because this photograph was published at that time with an article. And a lot of times, especially with the Tenement Museum, and an issue for so many historic house museums and rooms, you want to come to a particular time period. You have to decide on how you're going to represent it to be as authentic as possible. So I think because of the contents and the documentation that we had, we reached a pretty easy decision to have it be looking, it didn't really change that much from 1942, how it looked when he passed away. We had a lot of photographic documentation. As you can see, this was a little structure behind his house in Gardenville, which is, for those of you not in this area, it's about 20 miles or so southeast of Buffalo, a suburb mostly known as West Seneca right now, but that neighborhood at the time was called Gardenville, which seems appropriate for a landscape painter. And when he moved there, well, maybe I should start with just a little bit of background. He was born in Ohio, and he went to the Cleveland School of Art, and he moved to Buffalo in 1921 to work at M.H. Burge & Sons Company, which was an artistic wallpaper firm, to be a designer. And he lived in the city of Buffalo in various apartments until 1925 when he moved out to Gardenville. And then this little studio, because by then he had 4 kids, he ended up having 5. It was to get him a little out of the house, a little away from the chaos. So this little studio was built toward the end of the long, narrow lot that they had. Very modest living. And so we have, fun photographs like him with one of his dogs, and the smaller photograph of him standing with a snowy owl by his side is one of the last photographs of him before he died in January 1967. Our museum was actually founded in December 1966, a month and a day before he passed away. And he was there to cut the ribbon and have all the hoopla. And our museum was formed on the campus of what at that time was called State University College at Buffalo. So it's on Elmwood Avenue. It was a teacher's college, and the whole idea is they wanted a museum space that was different than the gallery that was for students and faculty. And this was going to be this connection between the community and the college. In fact, with the History Museum kind of diagonally across the street, and at that time, Albright Knox Art Gallery directly across the street. The president at the time, Paul Bolter, called it the Acropolis on the Skajakwada. So we started very modestly. We were just in what had been the library for the college. Eventually, we moved down the hall and took possession of what had been classrooms to renovate and make into galleries and storage spaces and offices. And then in 2008, we moved into our own standalone, state-of-the-art building designed by Gwathmey Siegel and Associates Architects, who were known for the first renovation and extension on the Guggenheim Museum in New York. And as I was telling some of my colleagues, there were homes that they did for people like Spielberg on a bigger budget than our museum was. So, yeah, but Charles Gwathmey, in particular, really loved Birchfield's work. So we were happy to have this space designed so you have galleries that always have his art on display, and then kind of around the corner you discover this little studio. So we had the goods. To prepare, we got a in 1995, a planning grant, a research and planning grant from the New York State Council on the Arts. So I and our education curator, Lisa Bia Smith, went on the road to visit various studios to see how they were handled, not only physically, but how they were operated and what the concerns were, because we were looking for how we might be able to use these things that had been in storage for years and years and years to create a little recreation. So the first place we went was Olana on the Hudson. So grand scale, very opulent, designed by Frederick Church, one of the Hudson River School painters, just absolutely gorgeous. He designed everything, as you can see. It was kind of a cross between Victorian and Middle Eastern decorative motifs and tiles and landscape and all these furnishings and things, all his concept. So even though he designed a wing kind of later after the main house was done, and I think we visited that part when I went back in the 90s, but now it seems as if his studio representation is an easel and some of his painting materials in a room that is much more geared toward making a presentation to a patron for purchasing one of his paintings than a room where I would think at least he might wear a smock, I don't know, to do some of his painting. So that was our first stop. So much grander scale than we were planning on for ourselves. The second place we went was the Norman Rockwell Museum in Stockbridge, Massachusetts. This is a little bit more, well, at least 20th century, similar to Birchfield. And so they had commissioned a brand new building for their museum by Robert Stern. And it's this beautiful contemporary building. And then they moved Rockwell's studio from what had been on a street further downtown, because it's kind of up on a hill. So they moved his studio to the property, kind of go down this winding path to get to it. And, but because it's Massachusetts and they have winters that might even be snowier than ours, it is not open all year round. So this was a concern, having this freestanding building. But inside, it was much more like the kind of concept that we were thinking of doing ourselves, as you can see with the vintage photograph of Rockwell working on a painting. And then next to that is a photograph of what it's like now. You walk into this space, and it seems very authentic, and it just roped off. But one of the things that I hadn't really thought through, but I learned through talking with them at the time, was a lot of these artwork, and behind you in this scene, it would be a wall that had all of these drawings kind of pinned to the wall and stuff as if he's planning his studies. None of those were real. They were reproductions. So we had to think, Birchfield was mainly a watercolor painter, so works on paper can't be out all the time. They're going to fade. So the authenticity of the objects that were being seen might be questioned because they were reproductions versus originals. So these were all concepts we had to take into consideration. Next, we went, another grand scale, Chesterwood in Stockbridge, which is not very far away. And so this is just the former summer estate of Daniel Chester French. This beautiful home. I don't think we even went into the home. We just went to the studio, which itself is this huge building. Obviously, he's known for the Lincoln Memorial Abraham Lincoln statue, and you can see here with some of his models. And of course, because he was a sculptor, it was a huge building with a great big skylight. We had a little tiny skylight from Birchfield Studio. You got to see some of the original carving materials and things that he had, as well as plaster studies. And for all of these places, you're really getting a tour from a staff member or docent to talk about the experience. You're not just left to wander through it on your own. And then lastly, we went to the Pollock Krasner House and Study Center in East Hampton. And this was a modest home. It, I believe, is still being administered by the State University of New York, Stony Brook. And they were the ones who took over the management of the home after Lee Krasner died. And one of the great experiences that, because we were visiting scholars, we got to stay in the house. So it was really cool. There were places that were kind of roped off or closed doors, you weren't allowed to enter, but we were allowed to stay there overnight. And Lisa, who was pregnant at the time, she slept in the main bedroom, and I slept on this little single bed that was put in the library, and I thought, oh, she got to sleep in Jackson Pollock's bed, and I didn't. But then I came to understand that they originally had 2 beds, and then after Jackson died, that one was moved down to the library, so I got to sleep in Jackson Pollock's bed. But my tragedy is that here's the studio. That was the house. This is the studio, freestanding, just a little off to the side of the house. I was using a 35 millimeter camera, the old-fashioned kind, and I was taking all these pictures of the interior, which I'll show you in a second. This is the corner that, after Jackson died, although I heard one story that he actually did this, the floor had been covered with these masonite tiles, but when Stony Brook took it over and they were renovating it, they took the tiles up only to find all of this paint on the floor. This corner's devoted to Lee, and you can see that they use a lot of photography to tell the story of the artists. And you do have to put on like these little, you have to take off your shoes and put on these little cloth slippers to walk into the gallery, because Jackson's side is like, I went in there and it's like, this is Convergence from the Albright. It was painted on this space. You could tell by the colors and the outlines. It was so cool. And they have, the buckets of dried paint and brushes and things like that. So they have a few authentic artifacts, and and his shoes covered with paint. But when we were on the ferry going back to Connecticut for a route home across the Hudson, I got to 36, and then it was like, there seems to be one more. And 37, and it was like, I never had picked up the film in my camera. So all the pictures that I took of the interior of this space are just in my mind. I didn't have any photographic memories that I could reproduce for you. So getting back to Birchfield and some of the authentic items that we have for our evocation, we call it, is we are dependent on things like this wonderful spread printed in 1942, an article by Ernest Watson, which was about Birchfield and his painting techniques, and he had a kind of a traveling setup of things that he could take, because even though he used his studio, most of his painting was done outdoors, on site. It was only in later years where he was developing these very unique techniques, much more like an oil painter. You can see he's a watercolorist, but he's painting on something propped on an easel vertically, and most watercolors runny, and you got to keep it horizontal. He worked differently. So he cut brush bristles down and he singed them, and he made all his own kind of tools. So these unique items were part of the things that we inherited. And it all happened, Birchfield died in January 1967. His widow, Bertha, moved to Texas to live with a daughter in 1970. And that's when the family, they had 5 kids who were all married and had moved elsewhere. The family sold the house to the next door neighbors, the Albarellas. And the Albarellas were the ones who very generously donated the plywood shelving and a lot of the simple kind of artifacts, his chair and the stool and pail and things like that. Not the easel. The easel went to his artist daughter, Catherine Parker, for those of you who know her in Buffalo. But so many of these things were donated to us in 1971, but they just were put in storage, and it took us until 1995 to start planning how we might use them. And, you know, wonderful things like his pan watercolors, as well as tube watercolors. And these have all been analyzed by conservators who have actually worked on some of the paintings in our collection. And we also had a few examples where Birchfield did still life paintings on the inside of his studio that could serve the purpose of helping to tell the story and how to reproduce it authentically. We do have all 3 of his taxiderm crows that were sometimes used as studies for paintings, as well as his snowy owl and things like the giant pine cone. So on your left, the picture of Birchfield in his studio with very simple rocking chair, and you can see just very simple shelving. And on that shelving, and also in the photograph on the right, which was taken within 1 week of his death, so we have exactly what it looked like. You'll see not only paintings that have been mounted on a paper board, kind of stacked up in the racks, but that's also where he had journals and horizontally stacked. You can see it a little better in the photograph that he's in, where all of these handmade cardboard folders that contain studies, and it would be like March wind and moon in July, and very specific. Some of them are very specific studies for a particular painting. Others were just kind of generic. Luckily, the family foundation, the Charles E. Birchfield Foundation, that was created before he passed away, but they still hold the rights to everything in the estate. In 2006, they made a monumental donation to our museum, including a painting from 1942 of his studio looking at the skylight that faced north. This wonderful wallpaper, one of the wallpapers he designed, called Red Birds and Beech Trees, very surreal kind of scene, as well as all of his journals. You can see boxes of sketchbooks and 24,000 studies. And those studies that were in those cardboard folders, of course, we took them out. We didn't want that asset on them anymore, and put them all in cylinder boxes, and they're stored in our special archives, which have temperature and humidity control, and then the empty folders are put back on the shelves in the studio for authenticity's sake of how it looks. So here's how the studio looked when he was in it. We do have his smock hanging on the door, and here's what our recreation, or what we like to call an evocation, looks like in our space. The door is not his, but we went to a salvage shop to get one that looked exactly like it. And we used to play music because it was so inspirational to him. He especially loved Beethoven and Sibelius, but we don't do the music thing anymore. So that's of the era speaker that you see. And the sponges are new, but otherwise, everything else in there was authentic to him. Oh, one other thing different. There are 2 wallpaper rollers in the lower left, and those are for a reproduction of his Sunflowers wallpaper that was done in 1973. So these were his words. Let my studio be hallowed by large, adventurous thoughts and a feeling of security and isolation from the banalities of life, by dreams and bold imaginings. And we hope that we can convey that through our tours or people just wandering through the galleries and finding this little discovery around the corner. So that's my story. Or shall I pose some questions for a panel? Not seeing any hands, so I'm going to say one of the things that we were thinking of in terms of authenticity and conservation and preservation is how do you deal with these older objects that are in your historic rooms? And especially, how do you incorporate or take care of very fragile objects like works on paper and textiles? Do you have a policy for replacing them or using reproductions? And one thing more specifically to Cal, we had talked about the guardrails for Frank Lloyd Wright intellectual property and, you know, having to be very specific about how you represent his work. So either one of you go.
Can we go first? Sure. You feel so far away over there. Well, you know, I think for the Tenement Museum, really the question is always one of balance. It's not the kind of museum from I think Ruth's vision, and I always refer to a quote back, which I'll share in a moment, which is that the experience of those stories in the place that they happened, in spaces that have been recreated to depict the homes of their former inhabitants, would be a different experience if you could just stand at the door and look in, which of course is the case at some house museums. And I think in an interview Ruth was doing with a scholar who was writing a paper on kind of the sort of approach to conservation at the Tenement Museum and elsewhere, Ruth had said something like, I was inviting Americans home to quote unquote meet their great grandparents, and you don't put ropes and barriers in that place. And I think, you know, we try to sort of hew to that in our work. So if it's, you know, thinking about how to protect things in a way that still allows access, whether that's sacrificial floor coverings, a lot of it is sort of foot traffic is heavily kind of deteriorating, and visitors. I think we've done a number of different kind of studies, including, you know, structural studies, vibration studies, all kinds of things, and ultimately determine that yes, visitors are like the chief agent of deterioration for the entire place, the collections, et cetera, but how do we kind of mitigate against that? And that might mean replacing things. You know, there are a few things that do have a direct provenance to the building and to the folks who live there. Maybe they donated them. Some things were a very small number, and they sort of take priority. We try to protect them in the best way possible, you know, kind of keeping them out of the reach of visitors. And obviously it's an experience that is accompanied by a staff member at all times. But yeah, it's really thinking about like what's the right way of balancing preservation against access. And I always think about, you know, we're sort of doing both kind of building and collections preservation, less for its own sake and more in service of the story we're telling for trying to achieve the museum's mission.
So Nancy's question was about intellectual property in the Frank Lloyd Wright world, and multiple sites that have sort of an overlord, if you will, that guards the intellectual property. You need to ask for permission for certain things. And in the Wright world, it's the Frank Lloyd Wright Foundation. Interestingly, though, in so many of these cases, like the foundation, they don't necessarily have a formal process. It often comes down to the whims of whoever is the CEO at the time. So when we started to develop this Frank Lloyd Wright Museum that I was describing a couple years ago, what I really wanted to do as the hallmark of the museum was a hologram. The then CEO dismissed it, out of the gate. Well, we don't do that, that sort of thing, blah, blah, blah. I was pretty salty because I believe personally and professionally that that's a large part of the future of museums. The current CEO said, well, that would be a point of discussion. So, I think a lot of it is the, who's in charge. I had an adjacent experience, though, with our corporate museum in town that did do a hologram. And what's interesting about it, just like you hear with everything else with the AI and training it, because that's the way these holograms work. So it was a little blemish in this company's history, and they didn't want the hologram to be smart enough to talk about it. So you had to train the AI model to have guardrails that it could talk about anything through the start to the present of the company, except for this particular case. And it's, but it's AI is a trial and error, so there's already some problems with that. It's teaching itself stuff it's not supposed to know.
Another thing that I've thought of that has come up in these discussions, this question, what is authentic? And you were saying everything is mediated. It's true, and I know at least in the art museum world, there's a well-known phrase, there is no neutrality. Any curator creating an exhibition may think that we're presenting very accurately what should be perceived by everybody. No, that's going to be prejudiced by my own experiences and thoughts and whatever. So that whole question of authenticity is something that has to be considered and reconsidered and reevaluated over time. But maybe as a tangential subject, Franklin Vagnoni and Deborah Ryan wrote a book called The Anarchist's Guide to Historic House Museums in 2016. And they made a wonderful presentation at the Buffalo History Museum that I was able to see a few years ago. So I want to ask the two of you, their primary challenge was, how do you get visitors to return to what is traditionally a static, permanent installation and come back? So do you have any kind of programs, or I know especially in the past there were things like learning English as a second language or other kinds of activities and offerings that your museums could give. And I think, Cal, for you, it was references to genealogy that the Hagen Historic Center did. So how do you engage visitors? How do you make it lively and new? And do you interact with performers or pianists and whatever?
We tried a really out-of-the-box concept last year. It was experimentation. So there's the two farmhouses on the farm. One operates as a house museum, the other does not. One that operates as the house museum is sort of a memorial to the person that donated the property. She has an amazing story, But at the end of the day, it's a hyper-local story. Again, you're not going to draw a tourist in, but it presents a real challenge because you have this amazing piece of property. You've got this great house. You want people to come out. Other than the locals that have seen it when it's open for their big free festival, how do you get the repeats? But more importantly, how are you going to draw those people in that aren't from that little town? So we went way out of the box. We decided to plant 1.2 million sunflowers in our field, created I never expected this. I thought, oh, it'll be a nice draw. We had 20,000 visitors in 2 weeks, which was the biggest thing we've ever done. But to pay for all of it, because it costs a fortune to do that, I needed a buyer for our flowers. So we partnered with the world's only sunflower distillery to turn our sunflowers into booze. So they're turning it into a spiced rum that will be, already did the tasting, but it will be bottled and having it soon. But I think the short answer to your question is some really out of the box things to try to drive that visitation.
Booze is the answer, right? Here we're going back to a good lesson there. Yeah, I mean, we've tried all of these things, right, that we're talking about here. Art installations that try to connect with the site, both English classes for new learners. Now that works with offering experience, sort of language learning experience, existing ESOL classes. We hosted plays at one time. You sort of name it. We've kind of probably tried it at one point, and I think determined that that's not what we do. And we've also finally sort of reached a place where we don't have any additional room for expansion in the historic buildings. And so how do you kind of activate those spaces in new ways that might not be bringing something from the outside, which is, I think, interesting. Yes, we do public programs. We bring scholars into the spaces to have conversations, sometimes with contemporary practitioners. So there might be a scholar of historic immigration law with somebody who practiced immigration law in the current context, right? But another sort of way we've been kind of thinking about this, I know a lot of us kind of do like seasonal installation kind of thing, but thinking about, how does that help, that kind of idea, help us get at some really interesting questions about the immigrant or migrant experience. And so as an example, we've done things over the years where we reinterpret some of the homes of Jewish immigrants for high holidays and kind of explore the ways in which they might have adapted, needed to, or wanted to adapt those traditions for here in the United States. Or we have a recreated German lager beer saloon that was actually in the building. We don't serve beer, but maybe it's a good idea. But we sort of explored like the ways in which German immigrants and those kinds of spaces, public spaces in the German community shaped how we think about Christmas today, as an example, right? So rather than just like putting a Christmas tree, thinking about that, that question.
Thanks.
Are you saying you don't do the English classes anymore? That seems so on-brand.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was great. I think, so yes, we do. So I think the museum sort of learned at a certain point, probably about 20 years ago, just after I joined the museum, that there are organizations both in the neighborhood and throughout the city that do a much better job of doing that, like teaching English to new learners than we do. And how could we offer the museum as an adjunct to that? So, rather than having the actual classes take place on site, we partner with existing ESOL teachers, and they come, and there's learning built into the experience, and they share their stories, and so it's they take tours, and so it's really kind of built around the way in which the museum can add to that experience. Yeah, because I think you're right, it's such a great connection. But they do that all day long. We might do that kind of thing once every month or two, right?
Well, I think our time is up. I want to thank you all for being our audience.
So at this point, what we'd like to do is invite all of our panelists up, so you guys don't get to go. And I think Tamara's going to join us, as well as I know we've had a couple folks who've had to leave, but anyone who's here and presented, I think maybe Jordan and Susanna will help me bring some additional chairs up. If anyone used the little note cards to write a question and doesn't feel comfortable asking it themselves, just flag me down, and I'm happy to come and ask the question. If not, I think we've all become best friends here today, right? We know a lot about each other, so hopefully folks feel comfortable asking questions. So anything that you maybe didn't get to ask earlier, or I think to your point, anything that you sort of thought of in the context. I mean, it was, we really had an interesting journey, especially if you were able to join us last night, right? We really wanted to place all of this in a context of many of us operate museums, but all of the stories that we're telling are the stories of someone's family, right? And this, museums done well are places that help us understand ourselves and each other better. And so we wanted to sort of ground this in a very personal story. So we're super grateful for Tamara for bringing that to us. And then you sort of saw this shift, right, to the sort of more institutional side of things as the day kind of went on. But we want to bring that all back into conversation together, because I think that's the work we're trying to do here. So I think any question for any moderator, if you need a microphone, I'll bring it up, but I think we're a small enough group that hopefully we can ask a question. Again, like I said, if you're not comfortable asking your own question, I'll just stand over there, just catch my eye, and I'm happy to come and get your question and ask it. So I'm going to turn this over to you guys to continue the dialogue for a little while longer.
One of my questions is for the first group. So one of the things we're dealing with is some of our properties are on land that now have multiple nations that represent those descendant communities, and they don't always get along with one another or agree on how we should interpret their communities. Do you have any advice for us on how to interact? And obviously we're building relationships, and I think we have a long way to go, but I would love input.
So I have, when I was at UCLA, I was in charge of the kind of land acknowledgement, one of the first before it actually, so this was like maybe 8-10 years ago now. And it wasn't a short process, and I think this is the problem often, is that people believe that they can just like ask one or two people in a nation and then boom, it's done. But no, I worked with probably like 20 cultural experts over a course of a year to 2 years to do the UCLA land acknowledgement that was finally said. The Maori guy was the first one to say it at the Oscars, but that acknowledgement actually came from my work with all the elders and I's work as well, except he left out the Tongva language on it. So what I found is it's important to hold listening sessions with different tribal community members, especially when you're on land that is it's not clear-cut lines sometimes, because most people don't realize that, especially where museums are located, they're located in cities, right? Most of the cities that we have across the United States are located in meeting places. And those meeting places are where we had trade, etc. So Niagara Falls itself was a meeting place for all of our Haudenosaunee communities and other communities, Anishinaabe, Wyandot, Erie, etc. That was neutral territory, literally, because it was a marketplace and a meeting place. Chicago, the same thing. Albuquerque was a meeting place. This is all kind of Chicago. The reason you have all the street names of all those people, I was on the Newberry's Mapping Chicago Advisory Committee. I was a consultant on that as well. And that was pulling together 5 or 6 nations. And so Rose Marin's book on that. She was the director of the Newberry Library in Chicago. She did a really great process and documented that in her book. So I think the way that she went about the process of doing Mapping Chicago, which also is dealing with the history of Chicago from that perspective, was having those initial listen sessions. That's what I did at UCLA, which then eventually also requires follow-up. So, and I can't emphasize that enough. It's not enough to have an acknowledgement. You then have to have a follow-up and continue that reaction. And I've written a piece called Land Introductions because I don't see them as acknowledgements. I see it as an introduction. And when you introduce yourself to somebody else, the responsibility is to follow up, to continue those ongoing relationships. So if we resituate our thinking into thinking it as a land introduction, and then we have to reintroduce each other as well, we have to ask, I guess it's pulling together people, seeing what are the stakes, what are the arguments, but if you can make room at your university or institution, museum or institution, you can make room for everybody, right, for those voices, and you can follow up in a relationship continually with everybody, then that's what matters. And so there's ways to go about this, like, you don't just invite one group of people in all the time. You invite all the groups in. You rotate the singing groups. At UB, I'm like, you can't just keep pulling in this beating group, for instance. You have to go to Cattaraugus and pull them in. You got to go to Tonawanda and you can pull them in. Like, I could run everything and it could just, all the crafters at Tonawanda could just have all the, but that's not how you do it. You have to like pay attention to all the relationships that are in territories and try to renew some of those relationships that existed previously. So I look at it as land introductions, and it's not going to be a one-off. Sometimes it took me 2 years. I also created sound clouds. The Tom Gabrielino Tomvo wanted to use their own language because, as Dave Shango, he had to run off, as he said, the language carries such bigger meaning. So, Iohinkum was one of the words that they wanted to use, which means the people, like indigenous people. But the elders, when I did that land introduction, they wanted it to be clear that the university had a responsibility to everybody, but primarily they had a responsibility to the land that they're on to act more ethically in relation to that land that they're on. And so the language itself becomes a big part of that. So in short, I would have listening sessions, ongoing relationships, ongoing meetings, which doesn't mean just meeting with the tribal council or the president of the nation, but you have to actually also hold meetings with cultural experts and cultural holders, knowledge sharers. They like to be called knowledge sharers nowadays. That's the kind of new lingo. Not cultural experts, because nobody feels like, anyway, that's another story. That's another talk. But the knowledge sharers, you have to hold conversations with those. And it's not only going to take a lot of preemptive work, but also a lot of follow-up work. So I would say that. And then inviting everybody in and sharing the resources that we as institutions have, right? If you have that ability to share then that can create better relationships and creating spaces where people can talk together, and maybe you're not in the room when they talk together. And so I think that's what I would suggest. I have a lot to say about it. It's been years of work, so.
Hello. So yeah, we have an internal de-accession committee, but when you asked that great question, that reminded me of the possibilities that are inherent in a de-accession committee. It's a little, to excuse myself, Since we're kind of a central location for sites across the state, it's a little hard to open it up to all of those communities. But for an institution that's really rooted in its community, I think that's a great opportunity to invite people in and hear a lot of different viewpoints. So I hope that a lot of places, and maybe us, when we can figure out the logistics of that, could use that as a platform to get all sorts of people into the deaccession process, not just at the end, but throughout the entire thing.
I have a question for the museum. So I feel like so many museums, especially house museums and especially in New York State, are in really small towns. It's about programming. Are in really small towns and really rely heavily on programming for their visitation, and essentially rely on local residents to do that. Do you really find that programming is as important in a museum like the Tenant Museum, since you're in New York City, and you kind of have like this natural tourism built in versus maybe in Erie, Pennsylvania, that's not necessarily?
I mean, it's a great question. I think we might have answered that a little bit different. Yes, it still is a tourist destination in a way that a lot of other localities are not, but I think maybe less so than it was prior to the pandemic, meaning far fewer international visitors in particular. So I think we're thinking locally in a way, even though visitorship is still fairly strong locally. But what does it mean to try to build a local community through programming and both on site and virtually, which I think extends that. So yeah, I think we try to do programs that are natural extensions of the site. Scholars who we work with, I mentioned before, we have a number of scholars on our board now, which is really interesting. Kind of extension of that. A lot of them do programs, and we try to do programs in the period rooms themselves, which doesn't allow for a lot of live audience necessarily, but I think is interesting virtually. But yeah, I think that's a question too that impacts how we think about the return visitorship question as well, in terms of even though we have multiple different, like a lot of sites, multiple different kinds of tours, you could come multiple different times over the course of a period of time. A lot of folks think they've come once and seen the site, and so thinking about, become either a member or sort of become part of the quote-unquote family, and you can be kept aware of programs and be part of sort of a larger conversation, I think is the way that we're trying to frame it. What's the place of the museum at the intersection of scholarship and contemporary questions of relevance around, in this particular case, mostly immigration?
Circling back a little bit to contested objects, in the perfect world, you have systems and you have your committee meetings and whatever. And I just want to reiterate what Tamara, I think, was asking earlier. If it is presented to you that someone comes to you and says, this is my piece, whether it's indigenous or whoever, have you seen either in your own institutions or in the sort of thinking of your communities of curators and archivists, a policy about what we do when someone comes to us? That's sort of the reverse, not you deaccessioning, but the request from the community to say, that's my grandfather's whatever, or do you know of policies that deal with that? And I don't mean just the question of provenance, this who owns it or who doesn't. It doesn't even have to be an economic thing. It's that we feel like this is our patrimony or patrimony. Do you know of any established? I mean, clearly Harvard doesn't have one. But is there some? And I'm wondering if this work that Tamara's done will generate that kind of conversation in institutions about whether we need to establish a policy.
We don't have an established policy, but in the last 6 years, when I mentioned the article that was published, and I was waiting for phone calls to come, I documented every conversation that I had with the individual who's inquiring about the object. And in most cases, I think in actually all the cases, we hadn't even inventoried or evaluated the object at that point. But I noted that in the future, if we do decide to make, to deaccession that object, that we should contact that person to see if it's something that can be returned to them. So it's documentation, it's talking, it's not shutting people down, it's having a conversation with them. To date, we haven't followed through on any of those because I think they were not asking for those items to be returned. They were saying in the event that they are to be deaccessioned, we'd like to have them returned. So in those particular cases, I believe we've decided to retain those objects, but we have the documentation in the file. We did recently actually have a conversation with someone who had an object that she had donated and among a variety of objects, and contacted us and requested an object to be returned, and we had an internal conversation about it, and we decided to return that object. We had other objects that documented that person already, and so we will always have a conversation with somebody. It's not a formal policy, again, it's sort of a case-by-case basis, but that, I think, has been resolved positively.
Yeah, and because we're the state of New York, we have maybe some restrictions that other people don't. But we would be, I mean, we have to abide by law. So I think, I would be hopeful that maybe law will change. And then we get to abide by it. And we haven't had any that I know of that have come up in this case. Again, they don't always save the things in their collections that represent the communities that would be like that. But you never know. There's stuff hiding in our museums, so we might find them.
And I can add, this is the way the attorneys explained it to me and framed it, at least in the state of Massachusetts. With the Supreme Court decision, my attorneys, the way they explained it is their ruling created a precedent where other people similarly situated to myself can point to that law and say, you have a duty, and that's what the court told Harvard. You had a duty to engage and to interact with me respectfully and to honor some of my requests. And so by that ruling, because it's the Supreme Court of that state, any other case can point to that as a precedent and moving forward with their case. Now, of course, that's limited to Massachusetts, but the hope is that there will be legislation, just as there are in the Native American Repatriation Act and the HERE Act. There is legislation. But in my case, when it involves the plunder of my enslaved ancestors, there isn't that protection. Hopefully there will be soon, but at least in the state of Massachusetts, there is a legal precedent that someone can point to encourage museums to consider their thoughts, their wishes, and how they want to see the artifacts handled.
I just wanted to add, though, that NAGPRA only covers those who receive federal funding in their museums. So there's a lot of small museums within the state of New York that do not receive federal funding, and therefore they don't have to return anything. So NAGPRA is very limited. And I understand that there needs to be something for everybody, but the fact that it's tied to those who receive federal funding is a key component there. And also, it only applies to funerary landscapes. So a lot of the plundering that has happened would not be covered under NAGPRA in other cases. And I know that something like the American Museum, it also requires if these smaller museums are not receiving federal funding, hopefully they'll follow NAGPRA, but there's no legal recourse to make them do as such. And I just really wanted to clarify that because it's such a limited law, and that's also noted by the fact that even those who receive federal fundings are 30 years behind doing the work to make that done and filing those inventories. So I just really wanted to make that clear.
And beyond that, you know, even with the law, museums still disregard it. Unlike Harvard, they have human remains that they still hold. They have the human remains of enslaved people and Native Americans, and they have had this, and there's no effort to return them. They know where they belong, they know where they should go, and there's no effort to return them. So even with the legislation and the law, museums are still thumbing their nose at it and not honoring that language.
First of all, I want to thank all of you. Can you hear me? I want to thank all of you for your presentations today, which were tremendous. A few of us are here today from the University of Buffalo Libraries, where for over 75 years we've had the world's largest and most comprehensive collection of manuscripts and other materials by the Irish writer James Joyce. We've largely been a collection for teaching and research and have attracted scholars from around the world, but we're now undergoing a project to design and build a public museum to make the space much more accessible. We want to serve a wider and much more inclusive audience, and one of our challenges, and this, I guess, is a question in a way about site specificity. We know one of our challenges is going to be how to engage with and attract audiences that may not be historically comfortable with coming onto the university campus. And there's all kinds of town and gown issues that have plagued all towns and all universities and colleges around the states. And I'm just wondering if, based upon all of your individual experiences, you have any advice. Obviously, it has a lot to do with building networks and relationships, but what advice you might have, based upon your individual experiences, for attracting and engaging with audiences who we want to bring onto a college community, a university community, that might not otherwise have felt that that was a place for them?
I think you have to define your audience first. If I put it into my own perspective, as a little girl, I was familiar with going to the local campuses because they would hold socials, social dancing, social singing. So I was familiar with Buff State because that's where we went every, spring or fall, whenever they would have their social. So, but that's very specific to my own community. So it's a difficult question to answer because it would be, you'd have to specify your audience. And then once you do that, it would be community engagement in regards to developing relationships and trust. I think a lot of times higher ed institutions are meant to be very monumental and overwhelming in a lot of ways. So I think it would be engaging with the particular community that you would like to, and then developing that relationship.
Thanks. I'll just say in basic guides, other people in your responses to my questions. So in our visitor experience planning, our primary audience is the regional community of Western New York. Our secondary audience is the UB community of faculty, staff, student, alumni. And our tertiary audience are all of the Joyce scholars, researchers, writers, artists, cultural travelers. And we've put them last only because they have always come and will continue to come to Buffalo to see this material. But again, we want to serve the local community of Western New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Ontario, as much as researchers.
I'll share a funny anecdote with you, and I guess it illustrates that sometimes the audience that we hope we'll get doesn't always materialize. So Heinz History Center in Pittsburgh, a Smithsonian affiliate, easily one of the largest, most impressive history museums in the country, has a great museum within a museum on Western Pennsylvania sports history. So the CEO is a friend and colleague, and I said, Andy, that was a stroke of genius putting in that museum within a museum. I mean, Pittsburgh's such a sports town, and you tapped into that. He goes, actually, it was a colossally stupid idea. He had just come into the role in 1996. He didn't do his homework on who the audience actually was. He just made the assumption, well, it's a sports town and we're going to tap into that. They have since learned both formally through surveys and the metrics that there is not carryover between the professional sports going crowd and who their museum visitors are. And he said, that's okay, now we know. But after this huge investment in the building out the space.
I would get the community involved in the development of the museum itself. We have a community partnership exhibit model that we use, not all the time, but very frequently, where if it's an exhibition on a topic that is one that's more contemporary, we work with community members, with an exhibit committee. Two examples, we're wrapping up a photography exhibition featuring Asian Americans in the Richmond region. That was done in collaboration with the Asian American Society of Central Virginia. That exhibit committee helped recruit participants, selected the photos, helped lay out the gallery with me, and selected the logo. I mean, we're intimately involved in the process. We're also working on a show where schools in the Richmond region have classes where students are building models of Richmond landmarks that'll be on view, and the students are researching the history of those landmarks, writing the label, and so they are intimately involved in the creation of the exhibition. So if you have a gallery that can be sort of a community space, you can work collaboratively with the community, then they will see themselves in your museum.
Well, thanks everybody. Please give all of our
Delaney